Hi, how are you, Barbara?
Good.
Hi, Mike.
Hey, Margaret. Hey, I see all those beautiful fall flowers behind all of our district employee.
We didn't leave any for you. We left some in the Google chat. You have to get them.
Okay.
You have to retrieve them.
Yes.
Mike, Dr. Fisher told me to tell you hello. I told him I would.
Oh, great. Yeah, I owe him a call.
All right, it is 5:30 and welcome to the Board of Education meeting for San Bernardino City Unified. We're going to call this meeting to order and we will begin with a wonderful pledge on 1.2 featuring Lakerson's Preschool and your teacher, Georgina Rodriguez. So it is in your hands, Dr. Vokemer.
David, go ahead and roll it when you're ready.
Put your right hand up your heart.
Say, ready, begin.
Ready, begin.
I
Pledge
Allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good job, my friend Mariana. Let's all.
That's great.
Now that's the way
Fantastic.
to start a meeting. That is so awesome. And if they are watching, they're probably doing work, but thank you again. Big, huge shout out to them. All right. 1.3, approval of the agenda.
So move.
Second. All right. And Dr. Vokemer, are you pulling here or are you going to pull down?
We'll pull, yes, Madam President, we would request to pull item 4.3. We'll bring that back at a future date.
All right, thank you. If there's nothing else, I'm going to go ahead and call for the vote. Dr. Hill?
Aye.
Mr. Gallo?
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Dr. Flores?
Aye.
Mr. Tillman?
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
And Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried, thank you. All right, we're now at 1.4 and we will have an inspirational message by Ms. Rosales Medina.
Well, thank you. I know that with elections over, quote, this is perfect timing, not just for those who win races, but also for our students, for family members who may be struggling at home with jobs or even with their rent or for whatever reason they're going through right now. This year, 2020, has been a difficulty for many. And so I found this really good Don't Quit poem. And just as I'm reading it, for the most part, there's a lot of reference to he. I will try to replace that as much as I can with they or them instead of saying he. So the poem is called Don't Quit by Edgar Albert. When things go wrong, as they sometimes will, when the road you're trudging seems uphill, when the funds are low and debts are high, and you want to smile but have to sigh. When care is pressing down a bit, rest if you must, but don't quit. Life is queer and it twists and turns, as every one of us sometimes learns. And many a failure turns about when you might have won, he's had stuck it out. Don't give up through the pace seems slow. You might succeed with another blow. Often the struggler has given up when they might captured the victory's cup, and he learned too late when the night slipped down how close they were to the golden crown. Success is failure turned inside out, the silver tint of the clouds of doubt, and you never can tell how close you are. It may be near when it seems afar. So stick to the fight when your heart is hit. It's when things seems worst that you mustn't quit. So basically, don't quit. I know, like I mentioned, this year has been difficult for many. 2021, in the beginning of the year may be as well, but just realize that things will eventually get better.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina, for that inspiration and encouragement as we all need it. 2.0 special presentations. 2.1, again, another recognition. As we said, we just are resilient. And I'm going to ask 2.1 resolution in remembrance of December 2nd, 2015. Dr. Hill, are you able to read that tonight?
Yes, I am. And it's so touching for me because one of San Andreas graduates was one of the individuals we lost in that unfortunate incident. So whereas the December 2nd, 2015 terrorist attack on the Inland Regional Center that claimed the lives of 14 innocent people and injured 22 is inexplicably and forever tied to the city of San Bernardino. And whereas on December 3rd, 2020, the 5th anniversary of the attack, the San Bernardino City Unified School District pauses to remember that fateful day, which impact thousands of students, families, employees, and residents. And whereas on that day, members of the San Bernardino City Unified School District Police Department valiantly assisted in the subsequent rescue and evacuation of victims from the Inland Regional Center, and the district deployed its contracted bus fleet to assist in the relocation and reunification of victims. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the San Bernardino City Unified School District honors the memory of the victims of the December 2nd, 2015 terrorist attack, the survivors and their families, and encourages students and employees to hold a moment of silence in their memory, while also honoring the bravery of the first responders and selflessly carry out their heroic duties. So moved.
Second.
It's been moved in second. If there's no discussion, we will go ahead and take the vote. Dr. Hill?
Aye.
Mr. Gallo?
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Dr. Flores?
Aye.
Mr. Tillman?
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. Moving to 2.2, board recognition. As we know, there are times we have bad news, but then we have good news that follows and keep us motivated. And I know we're very excited about this individual. So 2.2 is a board recognition for Anna Applegate.
Thank you. Thank you, President Rogers. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for tuning in to this evening's Board of Education meeting. This evening, I have the pleasure of formally introducing our newest member of cabinet, who is already a familiar face to fellow employees and our families. As I mentioned back in August, when we welcomed Assistant Superintendents Dr. Sandra Rodriguez and Dr. Marcus Funchess, normally we introduce new members of cabinet to our community during an in-person reception, which we may still hold at a later date. Well, we're keeping our fingers crossed that we'll get to do that in the future. But for now, we will acquaint you with our new Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services in this virtual setting. I'm going to tell you a little bit about Anna Applegate before I invite her to personally greet our board and audience, and then I'll close it up. In October, our governing board promoted career educator and San Bernardino native Anna Applegate to the position of Assistant Superintendent of the Educational Services Division, which oversees the academic achievement of students from kindergarten through high school, and actually before kindergarten and beyond high school. However, Anna is not new to our school district or community. She was first hired to teach at Hunt Elementary School in 1993, and most recently served as our Director of Multilingual Programs, where she was responsible for overseeing all of our English learner programs, implementing the new International Newcomer Academy at Pacific High School, and our trilingual program, English, Spanish, and Vietnamese at Belvedere Elementary School, among other responsibilities. Prior to that role, she held a variety of positions, including mentoring new teachers, elementary vice principal, and elementary school principal. In her new role, Anna will oversee key departments in the district like elementary instruction, secondary instruction, professional development, multilingual programs, as mentioned before, our charter school operations department, and our equity and targeted student achievement department, among others. She assumes her new leadership role amid challenging school closures prompted by the coronavirus pandemic, which has placed greater emphasis and demand on remote teaching and learning. She will be tasked with strengthening the district's distance learning program while also preparing for the eventual return of students to in-class learning when it's deemed safe to reopen schools as guided by our board and local and state guidelines. Anna earned her bachelor's degree and bilingual cross-cultural credential from California State University, San Bernardino. She holds a master's degree in educational administration from Azusa Pacific University. Over her 28-year tenure with San Bernardino schools, Anna has built a solid track record of advocacy on behalf of all students, using her personal experiences of growing up in San Bernardino and being the parent of former district students to shape her work. She is the third cabinet member to be promoted from within the district's administrative ranks in recent months, which we attribute to the quality of educational leadership within our district. I now turn it over to Mrs. Anna Applegate. Welcome, Anna.
Thank you, Dr. Volkemer, Madam President Rogers, Vice President Wyatt, Board, Cabinet, and our family staff that are out there. I just want to say I'm extremely honored to be able to serve our district and our families in this capacity. We know that there are difficult times coming ahead, and we are in difficult times now, but I love the way Ms. Medina talked about how resilient we are, and we definitely are. Our district has been through so much, and I'm honored that I've been here through a lot of it. And so I hope that we continue that resiliency that we have and that we forge ahead, because we know that our students are depending on us. We know we can't take a break, pandemic or no pandemic. We will continue to move forward and do what's best for our students. And I'm extremely thankful that we have such a progressive board, a board that supports us, a board that's looking out for our families and for our students. So it's a blessing and an honor to be able to serve with this board and with the talented team that we have in SBCUSD. All departments, all divisions. I'm really excited and very lucky to have such a talented team to work with. So I really look forward to serving you and look forward to bringing our kids through all of this, college and career ready. So thank you for the opportunity, and I'm humbled. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Board of Education and audience, as you can tell, Mrs. Applegate is a true servant leader who is already hard at work on behalf of all students and families. Anna, we're proud of you, everything you've accomplished, and we look forward to your continued contributions. Welcome to our cabinet team. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a virtual round of applause to our new Assistant Superintendent of Education Services, Mrs. Anna Applegate. Thank you. That concludes our virtual recognition.
Thank you, and congratulations again to you. All right, board, we are now moving along in our agenda here. We are now at 3.0 closed session. So to our viewing audience, we are going to dismiss into closed session, and we will return and resume the meeting shortly. Board, let's log out. I'm seeing people. Let's see. I don't see. Okay, there's Dr. Flores. There's Mr. Gallo. I don't see Mr. Tillman or Ms. Rosales Medina or Dr. Flores. Okay.
I'm here.
Okay. Oh, and you're there. Okay, good. All right. I think that's everyone. All right. We are back and we are 3.2. We are now at 4.1, high school principal appointment. Be it resolved that the Board of Education approve the appointment of the following employee: Jorge De La Torre, high school principal, San Gorgonio, effective date, work year, and salary to be determined.
So moved.
Second.
It's been a motion and second. If there's no further discussion, I'll go ahead and take the vote. Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
Mr. Tillman?
Aye.
Dr. Flores?
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Mr. Gallo?
Aye.
Dr. Hill?
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Congratulations, and we look forward to seeing Principal De La Torre. 4.2, HR Certificated 1920-01. Board?
So move.
Second.
It's been moved in second. If there's no further discussion, we'll take the vote. Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
Mr. Tillman?
Aye.
Dr. Flores?
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Mr. Gallo?
Aye.
Dr. Hill?
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. 4.3, HR Classified 20-2104 ER.
President Rogers, remember we.
And I need, yes. That was that the one?
Yes, we pulled 4.3.
4.3, 4.4. All right, this is HR Class 20-2105 ER. And let me go ahead and read this. Be it resolved that the Board of Education accepts the notice of recommendation for disciplinary actions and statement of charges to dismiss the following certificated employee for further employment with the district: HR Class 20-21-05 ER.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved in second. If there's no further discussion,
Excuse me.
we will take the vote. Dr. Hill?
Aye.
Mr. Gallo?
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Dr. Flores?
Aye.
Mr. Tillman?
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
Gwen Rogers? Aye. Motion carried. We are now at 5.0, public comment 5.1, and I will read. Public comments is a time during the agenda when the board is prepared to receive comments from the public within their subject matter jurisdictions, such as policies, regulations, and procedures of the district. Comments on program services or operations of the district or fiscal matters of the district. This is the only time the public will have an opportunity to address the board on items not on the agenda. Pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Executive Order N29-20, dated March 17, 2020, certain requirements of the Ralph M. Brown Act are suspended. With the district temporarily suspending public access to the Board of Education building, members of the public who wish to submit a public comment can do so beginning 24 hours prior to the start of the meeting via email until 4:30 p.m. on the night of the board meeting. Forms can be found on the district's website and Facebook. Comments are limited to 5 minutes or less. All comments on one subject matter are limited to a total of 30 minutes. Comments will be read by a facilitator. Speakers are cautioned that under California law, no person is immune from liability for making intentionally false or defamatory comments regarding any person simply because these comments are made at a public meeting. All right, Ms. Cunningham.
All right, President Rogers, I'm ready. We have about 21 public comments.
All right.
Okay. First one is from Jennifer Bay. She's a parent and an employee. I am the resource teacher at Bradley Elementary. I am also not just a district employee, but a district parent, as my son attends my site in the accelerated kinder program. As a newly single mom, due to my husband's death in March from COVID-19 type symptoms, I have been having a hard time making a decision for me, my son, and my toddler. I do not want my child to have to change teachers or sites. He and all the children in our district have been through so much since last March. The district has a huge focus on social emotional learning, and I feel that most changes of school or teacher due to the decision parents make for blended learning or distance learning would be counterproductive. Schools have purchased programs and licenses for different resources and set up complex schedules, and it's working. To redistribute all the resources, materials, and such would be very difficult and time consuming. I know at my site, teachers have taken the time to build the relationships with their students and families, and for all that to be upheaved with 4 months left in the school year would be devastating to most. As a parent, I did not understand when making a choice that my child could be moved classes and schools if needed for the remainder of the school year. I work for the district and only found this out when watching the town hall meeting. As for me, I have a toddler that is high risk, and I am scared to death of bringing home anything to him to get him sick. I haven't been able to find a new normal since that date in March when school shut down, but I would rather work through this difficult time at home until it is truly safe for all students and all staff to return to campus. Please take this into consideration and just keep up distance learning for the remainder of the school year. The next one's from an elementary teacher. I understand that the cases of COVID-19 are surging and that it is not safe to go back to school at this time and probably won't be for a while. However, I hope the board does not choose, as Mr. Tillman and Dr. Flores expressed at the last board meeting, to write off the whole school year just yet. Even if we only go back for the month of May, there would be some benefit. Even if we brought in small groups of students to do assessments, it would be helpful. As much as I love seeing the videos showing the successes of distance learning, it is far from ideal. Although I am working 10 to 12 hours a day, it is not enough. The state requires only 2 hours of live instruction. I do significantly more than that, but it is not enough. Every teacher I know has at least one student who is not attending at all, even with interventions. Every teacher I know has at the very least 2 or 3 students who are not doing any work. In addition, there are students who were struggling in regular school who are not getting all the support they need. Many students without academic needs are struggling with emotional issues and focusing their attention. Yes, we are doing better, and there are many successes. Yes, students are learning skills that will help them in high school and college, but learning loss is real and it is happening. A sizable number of students are falling behind. I know the board cannot make COVID disappear, but we must start thinking about what we can do to mitigate the circumstances. As a district, are we doing everything we can to support our students right now? Are we thinking forward to the 2021-2022 school year? How will we help mitigate the learning loss then? This is just from an anonymous. I don't think I am wrong in saying millions of dollars have been spent in supplies and man hours to prepare us for an eventual return to school. To just glibly say, let's scrap it all because there's a vaccine that will take care of everything is not only fiscally irresponsible, but could potentially put our children in harm's way. The vaccine currently being touted was fast-tracked and has not undergone the normal rigorous testing. In addition, it hasn't even been tested on children. It wasn't until the end of October, just a few weeks ago, that they finally started testing it on children over 16. The YMCA was able to mitigate transmission of COVID-19 while providing childcare for essential workers, and we can do it too. The district's team has worked tirelessly to review all the research and provide the best possible environment for our students. While I agree that we should not go back while class cases are spiking, please do not hang your hats on that vaccine as the cure-all. This is from a teacher. I have been a San Bernardino teacher for 20 years. This has been by far the most difficult year of my career. I have learned so many new things. Balancing my classroom and my own children has been quite a challenge. For the last several months, many of us have been stressing about the possibility of returning to our beloved school with our amazing students. As much as I want to go back, I'd rather return when it is safe for all of us to go back together all day, every day. This hybrid model will place so much stress on teachers and working parents. So many of our students are thriving in distance learning. We have our routines, our schedules, and we are moving forward with our learning. My relationship with my students and families is strong, and we are working together as a team. I feel it would be a huge disservice to both students and teachers to dismantle classes to fit this model. Many of my parents have expressed concern over this. They want their children to remain in my class, as do I. So I ask you to consider the possibility of waiting for a vaccine, waiting until it's safe, waiting until we can all go back as one. Thank you for your time and consideration. This is from a parent. My kids will not be coming back. I will be keeping them at home distancing 100% because they have asthma. From a parent, I would like to thank the board for being conservative in your decisions during this epidemic. It's understandable that this epidemic has been a great disservice to a lot of students and parents, but we must not forget and become complacent to what we are dealing with and what is at stake. My suggestion would be to finish off the school year in distance learning and return in August, hopefully somewhat normal after the vaccine is out. The vaccine should be available beginning of 2021. We will most likely be quarantined once again by order of our president-elect. No need to plan the possible reassignments of teachers, waste money and energy for something that might not even come to fruition. I wish you all a wonderful and safe Thanksgiving. This is from a staff member. It is simply not safe to return back to the school sites with the huge rise in COVID cases that are currently happening in the US. From a parent, Sylvia Mercado, I would like to thank Dr. Flores and Mr. Tillman for standing up for the safety of our students. As more counties move into the purple tier, SBCUSD is talking about a reopening plan. I agree with Dr. Flores and Mr. Tillman that schools should not open up until we can fully open up schools with all students in attendance. Now we find out that our students can't attend CAPS after school on a blended learning model because it causes mixing among cohorts. This blended learning model will only work for stay-at-home parents, and those parents that have to work have to struggle to find daycare for those days students aren't in attendance and when students are released from half-day instruction. I recommend that the board keep us in 100% distance learning for the balance of this school year, and hopefully with the vaccine being developed, we can open up schools to full capacity in August of 2021. From Joanne Tetlock, a teacher. After informing my students how the back to school options work, the students were very worried about the high possibility of not having their current teachers. Students do not want to start over, and neither do teachers, as this is extremely stressful. Students are familiar with their teachers, understand their teaching style, and are comfortable in their learning environment. Teachers feel the same way, as we have built a relationship with our students and want to keep them with us. Another consideration when reshuffling students to different teachers, students may be in a class studying a different area of the curriculum. This means students could be repeating concepts already learned or missing concepts because they were already taught by the teacher. This disrupts students' educational growth. Bottom line, learning is lost. Even though everyone welcomes getting back to seeing people face to face, I don't think people are willing to disrupt their education. Students and teachers would be happier to go virtual all year to allow for comfort, trust, growth, and students getting the best education. From a parent, I feel like we weren't told the truth about the hybrid option. Nobody told us that our children might lose their teacher. I just found that out today from another parent. I wasn't able to make it to the town hall due to work. We need to know all the information so we can make the right decisions for our children. Another one from a parent. About 2 weeks ago, the district posted pictures of Eric Viter wearing a thin blue line, Blue Lives Matter, desecrated American flag, where one of the American flag stripes are blue on Facebook. Not only is this mask a desecration of the American flag, which should be deemed unacceptable in this political climate, wearing that mask is combative. All of us are intelligent enough to understand that this symbol has evolved from being one that innocently expresses support of police to one that seeks to antagonize people who support equality and the humanity of people of color. Him wearing it to work is a dog whistle for racism. There is no way someone who so publicly wears such a symbol of hate, one that is commonly associated with the Confederate flag and swastikas, can possibly be interested in protecting the health and safety of students of color. But for some reason, this man is in charge of the district's COVID-19 response and is trusted to help make decisions to protect the same people whom his mask seeks to mock. By posting it on the district's Facebook page, you send a disappointing message to the students and families of color that you claim to serve. Covert racism goes largely unchecked in your district. Hollow gestures like board resolutions are made in the absence of holding people accountable for their actions. If you did not intend to send such a message, and if you do not condone and support the message that Mr. Vatier intentionally sent with his mask, the photos should be removed from the district's social media pages, and your safety manager should be spoken to about appropriate professional attire. Please do not dismiss this concern by defending his actions or by explaining them away. You know exactly what that symbol really means. This is from Lori, a parent. I have some concerns with our last town hall meeting regarding some questions that the district couldn't answer and was wondering if tonight they can be answered so the parents, guardians, and foster parents can hear before they make any decision regarding blended and distance learning by November 20th. First, what will the day look like for secondary schools during passing periods in the hallways? Because we only see how it looks like on social media with hallways being overcrowded and some students not wearing masks. As well, we can't ask for teachers to be the ones rotating while scholars stay in the same classroom throughout the time being in blended learning, knowing high school scholars have different electives and career classes. Second, scholars who have an IEP and decide to do distance learning, I'm hearing they may lose some of their general teachers if their teachers, case carrier, and support aides decide to go back to blended learning. Will they still receive IEP minutes coverage during synchronous morning hours for those scholars who have an IEP? Example, scholars who are in general classes that have an IEP might have their actual case carrier or a variety of support aides in their ELA, math, history, and chemistry classes during synchronous morning hours. Last question. Hearing Governor Newsom say some counties are going back to the purple zone due to the rise of COVID cases and CIF might have to push back the start of sports again, will board members decide soon if schools will be opening up before winter break or after the break, so parents and district employees can start planning what to do with their children since CAPS won't be available on school sites for the ones who need it? Thank you for your time. From a teacher, we were recently asked by the district to complete a survey regarding our return to the campuses. And similar to the survey sent to parents, much information is left out that is necessary to know before we should respond. If we answer yes to any at-risk question, then we will be contacted regarding leave or accommodations. We have not been informed what the term accommodations means in this situation. If someone is determined at risk, will they be assigned to distance learning based on health needs or by seniority? And if by seniority, what will happen to the most recently hired when distance learning positions are all filled and the remaining teachers must return to the room or take leave because they responded as at risk, thinking that teachers were being accommodated based on need? This needs to be clarified if you are expecting staff to respond. We would never ask our students to complete a task without knowing the objectives or goals ahead of completion. Why are you asking us to commit to something when we don't know what we are committing to? Please clarify what the outcomes will be if someone responds as being at risk or responds as being around someone who is at risk. I believe SBCUSD staff deserve to know what will happen when we respond, since this is not an anonymous survey and does generate consequences. This survey was not designed to gather data and interest as an anonymous survey would. It is shameful that critical information is being withheld, but yet you want us to commit to an unknown outcome. Thank you for your time. From another teacher, the survey that was sent to staff on 11/12/2020 was the board involved with the creation of the survey? Have they seen the survey? The survey does not match anything that I've heard the board members say about having staff return to work. The board members were clear that they were not going to require any staff to come back who didn't feel safe. The survey does not ask if you feel safe to come back to work. It just asks about staff members' level of risk based on CDC guidelines. The survey implies that if you are not at risk but don't feel safe, you will be told that you need to come back to work. My biggest concern is that the survey results are going to give the board a false outlook on how employees in the district feel about coming back to work. This is the second survey that we have been given that was worded poorly or did not ask whether or not the staff feel safe to return to the physical workspace. I can only speak for the staff at my location that we want an opportunity to let you know how we really feel about coming back to work. I wouldn't be surprised if other staff would like the same opportunity. Thank you. This is from a teacher and parent. I want to begin by thanking you for all that you do for students, parents, and staff of SBCUSD. I know that what you do is not easy and that you have nothing but the best intentions at heart. I also understand that no matter what you do, not everyone will be satisfied, sadly, and that you are simply doing what you believe to be best. As a teacher and parent of SBCUSD, I want to give you some insights of what we are facing. I have an elementary age daughter, a middle school brother, and a high school brother who I look after in terms of getting them to and from school. In addition, I have a 2-year-old son who needs my attention, a diabetic husband, and I myself have an autoimmune disease. As a parent, a sister, and a wife, I fear that any of my family members would be exposed to and contract COVID. Truth is that as a teacher, I often hear from my students that they have family members who are sick with COVID, that they have had to get tested, or that they have attended big events or functions. My fear is that by the time scholars present any symptoms, if they are symptomatic, it would be too late, and those of us who take necessary precautions will become infected. Both my husband and I are district employees, and if asked to go back, I have no one to leave my son with who I can trust would take care of him the way we do. In addition, we would have no one to pick up our kids from the 3 different schools they attend, Vermont, Cesar Chavez, and Arroyo Valley. Continuing distance learning would be the best option for us, but what is not an option is suffering economically if either one of us had to end up staying home or take a leave, as the recent survey suggested. At this point, both my husband and I have had conversations that revolve around the subject of health versus financial stability. Based on the conversations that have been held at previous board meetings, it seemed like the board was with understanding of the situation and willing to work with staff in regards to coming back when it is safe, and we feel like it is. However, the survey sent out to staff this week did not communicate that. In addition, I understand that flexibility is important, but how much flexibility should we have when it comes to allowing parents to switch between distance and physical learning? As a teacher, I don't think I can create an environment conducive to the most effective learning in any platform if my rosters keep changing. Finally, while I understand the importance of creating a plan to come back to school, I feel we need to make a decision to remain closed for the rest of the school year and focus on the platform we are currently on and how we can help scholars. Many scholars are not performing well because they are under the impression that we are still in a no harm model, that they can make the time we have been off up, or that things are going back to normal soon. The faster we make a decision to close for the rest of the school year, the faster students and families will assimilate to it, and the faster we can focus on the task at hand. We need to stop talking about the future and what could happen and focus on the now and what is happening. Thank you. Next one is from Anonymous. While I agree with the board's comments last week that the district has done a great job of closing the digital divide, that is only the start of a long road to learning online. Though almost every student is able to connect to their class online, that does not translate into learning. Despite the wonderful videos we see every week, there are many students who are not getting the full benefit of our teaching. It isn't only those students who hardly come to class. There's also the students who do come to class but fail to complete their work outside of class, translating to a fraction of the instructional time they are required to have, time that is already less than when we were at school. Still, others are not learning because their parents are doing the work for them in one form or another. 7 of the 24 students in my class have had parents do their work for them, and those are just the ones I know about. On the district's end, though we are required to note which students aren't doing their work, it does nothing to combat the learning loss these students are experiencing. Teachers simply make note of it, and there are no checks and balances to make sure accurate notes are being kept. Students are falling through the cracks. I am lucky to work at a site where my principal and counselor do their best to connect with families and get them involved, but they aren't always successful. I try my best to help parents and students navigate their assignments outside of class, but there is a growing weariness from the families trying to keep up with schoolwork in addition to their normal lives. Many parents are complaining that their students spend too much time playing games online and going on YouTube with these devices rather than completing their assignments. And they can't sit with them all day to make sure they're actually doing their work. Our office has actually encountered parents who have started blocking calls from the school. And indeed, I am growing weary myself of constantly having to contact them to let them know that, again, their student did not complete their work. Though bridging the digital divide was a great first step, one way or another, we will have to reckon with this growing issue of learning loss in our district. Okay, this is from Dr. David Kotlier. I, as a physician, urge you to reconsider the opening of schools as the coronavirus epidemic is now surging once again. The current caseload is surging exponentially, and without much tighter measures, a tragic sequence of events is inevitably going to take place. A recent study from Morgan Kelly of the Princeton Environmental Institute has found that super spreader events are the rule, not the exception. Most super spreaders are young adults or children, and opening of schools will result in a catastrophic rise in cases in the state of California. A massive rise in cases in Israel was predicated on the Israeli government decision to open schools without preconditions, causing an unprecedented spike in preventable deaths and tragedy. We can prevent tragedy, and we can prevent further death of innocent Americans and Californians by continuing to adhere to online learning and homeschooled learning to help augment the education of our children. A vaccine will be available as well via Moderna and Pfizer, likely in weeks. It is my great hope that if we can hang on just a month or two, that we will find a resolution and avoid catastrophic consequences by avoiding opening schools too early. I also recognize the political difficulty you are in, but sometimes the right thing to do contradicts the popular opinion of the day. I appreciate your time and attention to this matter. The next one is from Dr. Pruyensa. He's with Johns Hopkins University. Due to the impairment COVID infection causes, having kids in schools at risk of the virus may be counterintuitive to academic pursuit. This communication represents my personal opinion and does not reflect a position by Johns Hopkins University or any of its units. The next one is from Dr. Anthony Leonardi. Okay, let's see. The reason I believe that schools should not open or have indoor classes is that the novel coronavirus is too easily spread by air, and it is too easily spread during asymptomatic periods. The virus spreads in the air between people near each other and downwind of any air breath movement. Therefore, an air filter or purifier will not prevent one child from infecting another that is near them away from an air filter or purifier. A filter in the HVAC system would not prevent spread within rooms like bathrooms where all students would congregate. In fact, urinals can spread coronavirus. People in class in the same room with an infected student remain at risk. Air filters and purifiers would have to clean all the air that exited someone's lungs before it entered another person's lungs. They cannot do this. This is why people wear N95 masks on their faces. Air filters and purifiers in hospitals are unable to control this virus. One study showed 5.5% of patients in the hospital were workers themselves, and they were even wearing protective gear in addition to hospital air filters and purifiers. In my time at Johns Hopkins, we closely looked at HVAC systems and their designs in the spread of harmful viruses in biodefense class. And I can tell you it is not safe to be in a room, let alone a building, with an infected person or where they have been. Also, the new D614G mutation on the virus makes it even more infectious. I cannot stress it enough that any type of indoor presence would increase cases. Also, this virus spreads asymptomatically and pre-symptomatically before symptoms. This means temperature checks do not detect all or most infected people. By the time one student may have a fever, there would likely be a number of others that had already spread it to additional people. A recent study came out showing 70% of people that had symptoms after mild to moderate infection longer than 1 month had organ damage. In the study, the average age was 44 years old. Organ damage included lung at 33%, heart at 32%, kidneys 12%, liver 10%, pancreas 17%, and spleen 6%. Some people had multiple organs damaged. The virus was also seen to attack the testosterone-producing cells in mild and moderate cases and may affect male fertility. Also, children are susceptible to a rare new form of vasculitis that causes their skin to shed and their hearts to leak. Unfortunately, children have been seen to also suffer the chronic symptoms of COVID-19 like adults, with 10% still having symptoms past 17 days. Despite high rates of survival, they may be at risk of the same recent findings in adults, like rare reports of Parkinson's disease after infection. Also, children were found to carry as much and sometimes 10 times more virus than adults, and adults were shown to be reinfected, with the second time being much worse. The virus is cruel in this regard. It distorts the immune system when it infects, harming long-term immunity and leaving them open to reinfection, which is something that, in my opinion, the vaccine will prevent. In another study, adults were found to have persistent virus 3 months out in their intestines, and it appeared to be challenging the immune system. In another study yet to be proven or disproven, the virus may be replicating inside CD4 T cells, cells responsible for disease control. If you consider these findings together, the virus may be remaining in the body and could cause chronic and even worsening disease over a lifetime. And scientists must rule this out before more children or families are infected. It would be a tragedy of public health to accept this as normal and open. It would increase the number of cases in the state, give workers risk of permanent disability, and endanger families. It would be a tragedy of the public school system to overlook the possible long-term effects of this virus on children and to open before scientific conclusions are made. Unfortunately, we cannot rid the virus with any sort of stubborn resolution to return to normal. To open in haste and risk so many lives when we have an approved vaccine and several vaccine candidates in the pipeline would be tragic. Furthermore, if the first round of vaccines are unable to confer immunity and rather simply make the disease course lighter, but still allows the disease to spread, it would make sense to maintain a more virtually delivered curriculum and a virtual work environment until contagiousness is halted. Sincerely. Okay, another one from a parent. I just wanted to let you know that some of us do appreciate distance learning. I appreciate you putting my family's health and safety first. Distance learning has been a success in our house. Yes, it can be hard, but my children are learning. All of their teachers have been more than willing to help. If my children have questions, I can send their teachers a message and they will come on a meeting and help, or my older ones can go to office hours. If we have a consistent routine going, and I appreciate that. And the last comment is from a parent. I have 2 high school students enrolled in SBCUSD. Parents were recently asked to declare an option of either remaining in distance learning for the remainder of the year or coming back to blended learning. My children are desperate to return to school. I understand, however, that allowing the physical return of students is an immense endeavor. Even if or when students are allowed to return to blended learning, it will only allow some partial days of physically being at school. The complexity of preparing rooms, scheduling students, and staffing makes one wonder if it is worth it. Although I opted for blended hybrid learning, I understand that my children will still obtain most of their instruction through distance learning. If the board and district decide to stay 100% distance learning for the remainder of the year because of the complexity of the hybrid model, perhaps you could work with sites and teachers to allow some needy students to come to campus periodically for face-to-face instruction or interaction. This would not be as complex as blended learning, but more like a conference period in which a teacher, perhaps alternate among teachers in the same grade level, could be available on site to meet with small groups of students weekly or bi-weekly. The students desperately need socialization and an opportunity to meet their teachers face-to-face. For our school's recent picture day, students were ecstatic just to be able to go to their school and possibly see some of their peers. This simple experience was a bright spot for many kids. It gave them something to look forward to. This was not a drive-through or grab and go, but managed so that it was safe. I understand that small groups are allowable for at-risk, vulnerable population. Please don't forget about students that are managing academically but struggling emotionally and mentally. Even if they can't physically return to school for regular instruction or hybrid instruction, please provide periodic opportunities for them to come to campus. If the YMCA can open for children and adults can go to Celebrities Bar and party on the patio as their outlet, why can't we find a way to stay in distance learning, but allow some constructive and safe opportunities for kids to come to campus? There is a point where we must consider if the benefits outweigh the risks. Allowing small groups of students in need, not just academically need, but socially and mentally, occasional opportunities to come to campus can be accomplished safely and will save the lives of students that are drowning in distance learning. If you're going to commit to staying in distance learning, please make the decision to do so and then turn your energy toward providing more opportunities for kids while staying in distance learning. As parents, we need to understand that it is simply not possible for everyone to get what they want, nor should we expect the board to try to accommodate all requests. Every decision should be made to do what is best for our kids. People will be unhappy no matter what you do. It is your duty and obligation to put the needs of kids first. The organization exists for kids. That is its purpose. It does not exist to please every parent or console every employee. It exists to educate the whole child. Thank you so much for your time, thoughtfulness, and ongoing effort to do what is best for our children. And President Rogers, that is it for the public comments.
Thank you so much, Ms. Cunningham. And Dr. Volkemer, as always, I always, remind, because we are in a virtual world, we hear all of our public comments, which are very important to us. I don't know if you just want to make an additional comment to that at this time. You can, if you good.
No,
Okay.
no, I'm just thankful for the community's input. As they've mentioned, it's a very complex issue with lots of moving parts, and we appreciate hearing from them and their perspective on the challenges ahead of us.
Exactly. Well, again, we thank you all for your comments, because they definitely do, we take them under consideration, and it does help us in driving our decision making. So now I'm going to move to 6.0, reports and comments by union organization. 6.1, San Bernardino Teachers Association. Is there a representative?
Good evening, President Rogers,
Hello.
members of the board, Vice President Wyatt, Dr. Volkemer, and Cabinet. I'm Ashley Vitas-Alcala, President of the San Bernardino Teachers Association, and I'm speaking to you tonight on behalf of the 3,000 members of SBTA. Tonight, the board will be discussing and considering an action item on a possible start date to implement a return to in-person instruction. I would just like to remind the board that at this point in time, for another week, our county remains in the purple tier, which means that COVID cases are still widespread. It is also troubling to report this week that the number of cases and hospitalization rates continue to rise. The case rate countywide in 1 week 7 days, jumped from 16 cases per 100,000 people to, as of yesterday, now 27 cases. That is almost 4 times the statewide metric to move to a lower tier, which is 7 cases per 100,000. It is also extremely troubling to note that the cases amongst youth aged 5 to 19 in our school district, which last week was at 1,200, jumped almost 200 more cases to 1,393 this week. Also of note, Governor Newsom yesterday stated in his daily briefing that a 40% increase in hospital bed usage throughout the state in the past 2 weeks, and the number of ICU patients has also increased by 38%. We are already in the midst of another COVID surge, and once again, we find ourselves working to flatten that curve. As you heard from several doctors this evening, including Dr. Leonardi, this is a deadly disease, and we are just barely beginning to learn about the long-term effects it has on those who have recovered, not only adults, but children too. And those who are still suffering with what is now known as long COVID. We have also learned in the past 2 weeks of vaccines that show promising results and could be available as early as the spring. Therefore, it is imperative that the safest way for us to deliver instruction remains keeping all students and staff in distance learning, whether it be through February or the remainder of the school year. There is no way for us to ensure that 100% of our students and staff, no matter how many we bring back to a campus, are not going to be exposed and get sick at some point. And we continue to expect the board and the district to keep our safety as your #1 priority. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. 6.2, California School Employees Association. Is there someone on the line?
Yes. Hi, this is Miguel Villalobos. I'm the negotiations chair for the CSEA Chapter 183. And I just want to say good evening, board members, President Rogers, Vice President Wyatt, Dr. Flores, Dr. Hill, Mr. Gallo, Mr. Tillman, Ms. Medina, Dr. Volkmer, and Cabinet, and all those in attendance. I want to start off by thanking the board for their support towards reaching an agreement for our classified members in our most recent negotiations. We're appreciative of the fact that we were able to inform our members of the parity they now have with the other classified units. Our members were excited to hear the changes to the advanced degree stipend. The recent addition to the stipend, which includes opportunities for those with associates, bachelor's, and master's degrees, has been not only exciting, but also motivating for all of our members. We feel that this will not only be an incentive for higher education, it will also be an opportunity to have staff that goes above and beyond the minimum job qualifications in their respective roles. This will not only increase employee morale and retention, it will also provide a better quality of service to the district and to its stakeholders. Most of all, it will benefit all of our students, which is the reason that we're all here. This will also continue with the district's efforts of hiring the best and keeping the best, as well as having its own employees fill those future vacancies from within its ranks. And we have seen to be beneficial already within our district. We're also appreciative of the measures that are taking place to ensure the safety of our students and our coworkers. We see the efforts put in to ensure that we reach proper agreements in our negotiation sessions that ensure the safety for our members as well. The caution and careful thought placed in every decision and its impacts on students, staff, and administration speaks well of this mutual focus. Lastly, we want to thank the district as well as the board for making the effort to understand CSEA's procedures, policies, and bylaws. In this, we can reach better solutions, agreements, and collaborate effectively in all details that entail the classified workforce when it comes to wages, hours, and working conditions. We look forward to our continued collaboration in solidarity to achieve the correct and most efficient methods of resolving issues and changes that may arise and may concern our members. And on behalf of the e-board and its members, we want to once again thank you for the continual support to CSEA Chapter 183.
Thank you for your comments. And now 6.3, Communication Workers of America.
Yes, good afternoon, or I'm sorry, good evening. It's been a very long day. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Good to see all of you. We're continuing to get all of our guest teachers trained in doing the virtual distance learning, and we're ready to follow through with however this turns out. We have had a lot of people express that they do have concerns about conditions returning to the physical classroom. So we continue in that conversation as well. So anyway, with that, I wish all of you a good evening and thank you very much. And we'll look forward to seeing the presentation.
Thank you for your comments. And now we're at 6.4, San Bernardino School Police Officers Association. Is there a representative tonight? No? All right. We will move to 7.0, 7.1, 2021 School Readiness Update. And at this time, we're going to get an update where we are currently.
Thank you, President Rogers. Board, at the last Board of Education meeting, which was just actually last week, we provided a very comprehensive review of all the elements and stages of our preparation for the possibility of returning to in-person instruction. And even though some of the metrics have probably changed since last week, we've put in a few more filters, added a few more air purifiers, et cetera, et cetera. We're not going to go through that entire presentation again. While it may have changed slightly, all of the due dates, all of the timelines are remaining the same. So what we're going to do this evening is do a very brief recap of our guiding principles, give you new information about the latest information about the number of cases in our county, in the cities that we serve, and in our school district. And then we're just going to give you a couple free other extra considerations that you want to keep in mind for your discussion, and then we'll be available for questions. Obviously, it is all dependent upon the numbers and the number of cases that are occurring within the county and in our local context, which the board has always done a great job of taking into account in terms of our local context. So I want to conclude by just saying, again, thank you. I want to commend all the people that have been working on this. It is really a tremendous amount of work, and dozens and dozens and dozens, if not hundreds of people have been involved in reviewing guidance, a mountain of guidance, putting plans together, reshaping those plans, refining those plans again and again as the context and landscape changes. We're so thankful for everything they've done, and we're here to help you with your discussion this evening. So Rachel, I'll turn it over to Dr. Menarez to start our presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Volkmer. Good evening, Board President Rogers, Dr. Wyatt, Vice President, Board, Cabinet, Community. Happy to be here once again to share with you where we are and to just prepare you for your discussion tonight. So next slide, please. So as Dr. Volkmer shared, this will be a very brief presentation. We will give you an update on the current cases to date, whatever's changed between last week and this week. We'll go over the brief considerations, and then we'll close with some videos on team appreciation. We want to thank our communications department for pulling together some videos, just really recognizing all the work that's being done by our employees throughout the district. Next slide. So board, a week ago, you didn't take action on things, but you honored the Veterans Day, and you approved a proclamation to recognize United States veterans for their sacrifice and commitment to protecting our freedoms. You considered the readiness of the district to resume in-person blended learning, but noted that the readiness does not equal a decision to open. Safety continues to be the highest priority, and COVID is a serious disease, and local conditions are getting worse. You also requested that a decision to provide in-person learning options or remain in distance learning be added to the board agenda for November 17th. And so we have that in place for you tonight. And then finally, you are proud, and as you should be, to have worked for years to close the digital divide, which has prepared us for equitable distance learning now. Not every district can say that, so to be commended. Next slide, please. So once again, keeping in mind this idea of these guiding principles as you have this discussion tonight, a very difficult discussion to have. We want to make sure that we are supporting the idea of ensuring the health and physical safety of students and staff, and we could add to that, and families. We want to continue to adhere to federal, state, and county guidance while we provide high quality learning experiences, and finally provide safe and accessible working conditions for our team members, our staff, in whatever capacity that looks like. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Vertier, who will provide an update on our local COVID transmission rates.
Good evening, board, cabinet, and community. As you see on this slide, COVID cases within our region continue to increase significantly. We've climbed further into the widespread tier. The latest weekly data is showing one of the highest increases we've experienced since the beginning of this pandemic. Yesterday, Governor Newsom announced, and I'm sure many of you saw, a statewide surge in cases and the beginning of a significant strain on our healthcare systems again. He also announced an immediate change in the state's monitoring system. It's going to allow for mitigation measures to begin daily as needed. Some of these additional changes include the exploration of a statewide curfew, which we're monitoring, a face covering requirement for anyone outside of their home. The state issued a travel advisory for anyone returning into California. And this is recommending a 14-day quarantine at home once returning, as well as the California Department of Public Health's ability to make daily tier changes to any county based on its numbers. So if a county that's in red or orange has significant daily number increase, they could immediately go into purple. So we are not seeing movement in a positive direction as it relates to COVID at this time. Thank you.
Next slide, please. Thank you. So board, this is just a recap of what we shared a week ago. We are still preparing to open. In order to prepare, we have to have the family preference. We then would do that then that guides our teacher assignment and our master scheduling. We do that, start to kind of do that simultaneously to get transportation in order. Then the training, giving time for the teachers to get into their classrooms, and family notification. So the earliest that we could offer any kind of in-person instruction would be end of January, beginning of February. We shared this with you last board meeting, so just wanted to bring this back up as a visual reminder. Next slide. And so the final piece on this board are just key considerations for any possible in-person learning. First and foremost, as I just shared, we're going to maintain our preparation and state of readiness so that when you deem it safe to do so, when our numbers, if our numbers change, that we would be ready as a district, a very large district. In addition, board, you had asked about a legal opinion on the enforcement of masks. And so our legal team reviewed the guidance from the California Department of Public Health and looked at what the San Bernardino City Unified COVID Mitigation Board policy stated. And our legal team concluded that the district may require students, parents, and visitors to wear face coverings at school sites, and that the district has the authority to remove parents or visitors due to any potential refusal to wear a face covering. For a student that may refuse to wear a face covering, we would of course work on more positive interventions and really help them to know why we would want them to wear that face covering and support them. Any child, of course, that needs any kind of accommodation due to potential medical needs or age, our TK through second grade, they may, instead of a face covering, your board policy states that they can wear face shields. So we're not looking at this as a punitive approach by any means. It is a health and safety approach. But if at any point we need to have a student go into distance learning because they are not wearing the face coverings and we've done all the interventions, then we would do that. We don't want to interfere with their learning. Our legal opinion says that we could refuse or ask any parent that refuses to wear a face covering to not be on our school campuses. And the parent may choose to challenge us legally. Our legal team believes that they would be unsuccessful in that challenge. So that's the advice that's come from our legal. And I know Mr. Tillman and some of the, I think President Rogers, some others have asked. So just so you know, that's part of that readiness. And then in terms of state guidance board, we took we reviewed the guidance one more time just to make sure that that we're clear and that we're not misguiding you on your ability to offer distance learning, even if or when we go down into a lower tier. Right now, we just saw the data. It doesn't look like we're going there. But just so that you're aware and that the public is aware, SB 98, the language reads that the district shall offer in-person instruction to the greatest extent possible. That's what the law says. And you shall take into consideration local context. So that could mean context around your local COVID data. It could also mean context around the instructional program and the impact there, and or the impact of the public health concern for the families. So some of what we've heard you say, board, the multi-generational families that live together and the potential of students possibly carrying the illness home. So that could be that's all part of that, that local context. In addition, the California Department of Public Health guidance, which went out in June, also states, and this is directly from the guidance, that the implementation of the guidance shall be tailored for each setting, including adequate consideration of instructional programs and the needs of students and families. So once again, board, you ultimately have the ability to determine what works best for San Bernardino City community, families, students, educators. Not an easy decision, we understand. We've watched and heard you wrestle with it, and I think all of us go back and forth about what is in the best interest when we think about this virus that we're still learning so much about. But we just wanted to make sure, board, that you knew that ultimately you do have the ability to make that decision after we exit out of purple. Right now we're still in purple, so not a decision that needs to be made at this very moment. With that, I will turn it over to Ms. Ontiveros, who is our Executive Director for Community Engagement and leads our Communications Department, and she can introduce these wonderful videos that her team has put together.
Thank you, Dr. Menares. Board, we have heard your appreciation for our team and the hard work that's been done across the district in all areas, both in responding to the need for distance learning in order to provide opportunities for our kids today, and also for those who are coming into the district to prepare our facilities for when you deem it safe for them to return. And so, inspired by your appreciation, we've created a series of thank you videos to recognize our staff for the great work that they're doing, and we're going to share two of them tonight. So the first one will be recognizing teachers and their work in the distance learning space. Go ahead and play this one.
Teaching remotely during a worldwide pandemic and amid stay-at-home orders is literally something our U.S. public education system has never done. Our San Bernardino City Unified teachers are making history. What you're doing and how you're doing it matters. The thousands of training modules you've completed, the extra tutoring sessions, and the additional planning to make distance learning engaging. Teaching from your living room, your dining room, your front porch, and in one case from a tent in your backyard. Your dedication to our students and your commitment to our mission is apparent in so many ways. You inspire and ignite them to pursue their hopes and dreams. On behalf of the San Bernardino City Unified School District, we would like to thank our teachers for being the calm our students needed during these times of distance learning, for helping our students and families find a new normal during these tough times, and most of all, for your hard work and dedication in perfecting distance learning in order to keep educating our future generations. You are truly heroes at home. This is another example that the San Bernardino City Unified School District continues to make hope happen for the San Bernardino community. And remember, we're all in this together.
The next video that we're going to share with you features the work of our M&O department, maintenance and operations. But before we play this, I want to recognize the hard work of some of our team members who you won't see in any of these videos, but whose fingerprints are on all of them. So I'd like to give a shout out to Maria Garcia, David Chavez, and Daniel Tisdale, who are the hard work behind the production of this campaign. And it's our honor together to help recognize all of our team members. And we're looking forward to rolling out the rest of these videos over the next few weeks. So David, go ahead and share this one.
Since the coronavirus pandemic prompted school closures in March of 2020, hundreds of essential employees from our maintenance and operations ranks have continued working behind the scenes, helping ensure our San Bernardino City Unified School District campuses are ready to reopen. These dedicated M&O employees have played a key role in the upkeep of our schools and buildings, and they will remain vital to the cleaning and sanitation of our classrooms and offices once we welcome students back. Join us in thanking our maintenance and operations employees as they continue working hard to ensure the health and safety of our students and staff by performing critical cleaning and maintenance, from moving furniture to assembling learning bundles for students and installing barriers to help our schools prepare for reopening. We thank you for working to make hope happen for our San Bernardino and Highland students. We want families to know that everyone in the San Bernardino City Unified School District, including the heroes who are a key part of our M&O family, are here to support you during these challenging times. This is another example that the San Bernardino City Unified School District continues to make hope happen for the San Bernardino community. And remember, we're all in this together.
Thank you very much, and thank you to everyone on our team. Dr. Menares, back to you.
Thank you, Ms. Ontiveros. So with that ends our presentation. I do want to, if I may, respond to one of the public comments that was specific to students receiving their services for IEPs. Just want to assure all of our families that it is the district's responsibility to implement IEP services. And so the service time that is in a student's IEP will be met as it's written in the IEP. With that, it's back to you, President Rogers.
Thank you so much. And again, we want to thank you all for the hard work that everyone's doing. And this is definitely another way we can see them and kind of, get an understanding of what they have been doing. We know they've been very busy, and we appreciate that, as well as we appreciate this presentation tonight, which again provided us some updated information. So board, we're going to discuss distance education, coming back, dates, all of that at this time. But I do want to remind us that we'll be taking the action later on in the meeting. So I see Dr. Flores has a comment. We'll begin with Dr. Flores.
Yes. Thank you, Madam President. I want to thank Ginger and Maria and Daniel and David for creating those videos. It's so important, to show gratitude and to let everybody know, like you say, we all say we're in it together, and it's really, really important. Even if we don't go back, to in person, we do know that we are, readying, right, and so forth, and just preparing if it happens. Right now, it's not likely, because we are deep purple. And so I just wanted to say that. And then Dr. Monitis, in the timeline that you included about parents and teachers' choices and the transportation and all of that, I think we should put in there also that it's predicated also on our teachers' unions negotiations, because that also is a major factor in terms of, how we negotiate, the workload and et cetera. So that's a major factor. And I do appreciate all of what the parents said today. I was listening very intently, got a number of calls, both from parents and teachers. And, and they appreciate that the board collectively, has our safety first, right? And we do. We will. Well, personally, I always am concerned with everyone's safety, because this is a very deadly disease. Just as the physicians and Dr. Leonardi, stated in their comments, it's nothing to play around with. And so with that, thank you for your presentation and for the updates. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. Mr. Tillman?
Just so I'm clear, are we on 8.1 right now?
Is that what the number is? Yeah. Yes, we are.
Because you mentioned we would take action later. Where's later?
It is down
in the action.
It's in the action item. So we're doing the discussion and we'll take the action in the action section. Number
11.3.
Thank you. I was almost there. 11.3.
Oh, okay. Yes, well, we're going to have a discussion here about the item, not that item, but this weigh in on how we make a motion there. Is that what you're saying?
We'll have the discussion right now on everything that they've given us prior and what we kind of began the discussion on in our last board meeting. And then we'll take the action based on this discussion. We'll call for a vote.
Well, I have a few things. Number one, thanks for all the public comment from everyone that had public comment tonight. It makes a big deal. I love to hear your feedback, and then we can answer a lot of questions. In terms of the PPE, the PPE we purchased and put in place, and not we, but the staff worked diligently to get it all in place. When we initially did the PPE, we didn't know where the whole solution to the virus was going to come. No one had any idea in terms of whether we would get a vaccine quickly or would it take 5 years. There was no clue. That's the discussion we all had. So for me, it was preparing for the long term. I knew that we couldn't do distance learning for multiple years, right? So at some point, we would have had to find some way to have regular on-site classes with a whole lot of protection in place. Luckily now we're hearing some good news about the vaccine, but I say that to say all of the tools that we received in terms of PPE, we will keep and use. All that will still benefit us even when we come back regular with the vaccine. A lot of the stuff like the change we made to the water and the air filtration will just help us with everyday hygiene and better health ongoing. Things we probably should have had all along. So those type of things won't be wasted. But just realize we were preparing for the worst case scenario, as Madam President likes to remind us it's a good thing to do. Number two, I want to thank all the teachers and staff. I've heard so many comments from parents. A lot of the parents frustrated, but they commend the way that our teachers have bent over backwards to be patient and kind and understanding. We our students get creative. So I've heard of our students being creative and hitting submit when the work is not done, but the teachers are able to say, make the phone call or send an email, communicate with the parent. that, your students hit submit, but they still got to complete some of this work, and then give them the opportunity to go back and do the work. And I think we all realize this is not the best way to educate kids, but at this time, it's the most safe way. And then I think in the end, what's driving a lot of this is the reality, right? Right now, we're in purple. We know once we get to red, it takes 6 weeks. I've heard people talking about doing Thanksgiving with people. I've heard folks talking about doing Christmas, New Year's Eve. I've heard a whole lot of folks in San Bernardino talking about going to Las Vegas. So I just see the numbers getting worse. I don't see the numbers getting better anytime soon, which means that if we get a bump because of Thanksgiving and another increase in our positivity rate because of Christmas and then because of New Year's Eve, it'd be easy to see we wouldn't go in the red in the best case scenario until maybe February, which means you'd be 6 weeks into that, which would take you into March. And knowing that there's a vaccine there, I think it would make a lot of sense to consider waiting to come back full. And I think the new information that I've received makes a big difference. Number one, we did the survey, and the parents I talked to, they didn't have a clue that they may have to not only lose their teacher, but they might be sent to another school just to accommodate the scenarios of having a minimum amount of students in classes. So if you have 14 or 15 kids in a class, then where do the other kids go? And then match them up with the teachers who are able to teach in class, and then the ones that being distance learning. So it would be very challenging. I couldn't imagine a scenario where it's a good thing to have a student who's been with a teacher the whole school year to, in March, be switched to a different teacher in a different school. So those are the type of things that lead me to suggest that it'd be better for us to maintain distance learning, use the data to look at the students that are struggling the most. We have a partnership with a lot of the nonprofits. Make sure we're using those resources to help reach some of those students and parents and families to provide additional assistance to try to reach those students that are struggling the most. And with our professionals, I know Dr. Bernardino, he's made a comment in terms of all our students that are receiving special ed resources to reach out to us and make sure that we're making those accommodations in the best way possible. But I do think in the end, it comes down to the thing we've been saying from the beginning. We have to be patient, and number one priority should be the safety of our students, teachers, classified staff, parents, and community. You know, I looked at the numbers in, I think it was Mississippi, and their numbers are 3 times higher than that of the county of San Bernardino. And we have, I believe, they have 2 million people in there, the state of Mississippi, and we have 3 million in the county of San Bernardino, but they have a lot more of the virus because they haven't taken the steps to be safe. And the sad thing is, you see the numbers with the hospital staff. When you see numbers that say, here's how many people in hospitals that have passed away, but not only that, but here's how many hospital and medical staff personnel that have died servicing the sick. So the actions that we take not only affect ourselves, but the community and our county, our state, our city, and our country. So in the end, I've said it over and over again, the way we're approaching this, we're actually saving lives. But in the end, I think the good news is this. There is a virus coming. The virus, Madeira, they said it hasn't been tested with students, but it has been tested with seniors. So that's a good thing, because one of my primary concerns was, even if they say that our students aren't as apt to get sick, although some do, the bigger concern has been because of statistics of going home and giving it to their parents or their grandparents. So if those folks can get vaccinated and they're going to prioritize who gets vaccinated, then that will allow us to feel a lot better about making sure those folks are safe. So with that, I'd like to suggest that, and Ms. Christakis, how long will it take us to take all those chairs and tables and put them back into the class to give us the full capacity?
So, Mr. Tillman, we would, if it could happen over the summer, obviously. If it had to happen sooner, we would add resources to make it happen quicker. And so.
Go ahead, sorry.
No, so we would make it happen sooner than it would take over the summer, should we be prepared to come back sooner.
And I really think that the surprise may be, and the good news may be, that because they're talking about rolling out the vaccine, some of it in December, and then they're going to roll it out in phases. And then the second phase is actually teachers. I'm hoping, Dr. Volkemer, that we somehow communicate with the powers that be that if you're going to give a vaccination to the teachers, you have to give it to the support staff, because the teachers are not coming to the sites by themselves. So you have to give it to everyone, the custodians, the instructional aides, but somebody has to get that practical information to the right people. And maybe you, Mr. Vatier, when you have to discuss with the safety folks, they have to understand that if they're going to put teachers in phase 2, they have to put all support staff in phase 2. The teachers can't come back without the support staff, right? So, but as soon as that happens, then we'll have the ability to open up.
Okay,
And
Mr. Tillman,
I just want to end with, I think that we'll be able to plan for a graduation this summer, for the class of 2020 and the class of 2021. And I would hope that we also are able to prepare for a prom for the class of 2020. I know some of those folks may feel like they're grown now, but some still might want to experience the prom that they missed. And then also for the class of 2021. I feel optimistic about it. But with that being said, I think we should continue distance learning for the remainder of the school year, unless we can come back with back the old way with full classes and full teachers sooner than that. And that is possible. Thank you very much.
Okay, so and then board, I just want to ask, because one thing that we did say is we want to make sure that we are being clear to our listening, viewing, the information will get passed on. We want to stick to the topic at hand. You know, I know there's a lot of things we want to, hopefully we'll do when we get back to normal. But right now, I do want to hear everyone weigh in specifically about the information that we've been given from the district and those timelines. And I do want to add, for clarity too, we talked about it would be February, but remember in our presentation, it also said that they need additional weeks to get ready, however far it pushes it out. So all of everything, and it's a moving part, but we have to make sure that we're keeping all those things together as we share out the information. Because now we've touched on proms and graduation, and that's great, but we do want to let the public know, because this is a difficult decision, but we understand that we have to make the right and best decision. The other thing is, and it comes up often, we are control, and I love the presentation addition of having our San Bernardino City unified numbers in there, our city, you know, all that concerns to us is in our PowerPoints, because I do see and hear from people that'll see something somewhere else and say, why can't you do it? But again, what's driving us is what's pertaining to us. So that's important for us to make sure there's clarity. Dr. Flores?
Yes, I forgot to add, and I thank you, Mr. Tillman. I support everything you said, and even, you know, the future preparations that we have to do. And I just wanted to say just what you said, Madam President. It's based on the data. It's based on the data that we have at hand, and it's based on you know, the logistics that we have to do. It's based on keeping everyone safe and guarding, you know, everyone's health, everyone's safety. And so I also am a proponent so that we all are clear that we continue in distance learning till the end of the year, because it doesn't make any sense to come back and then have our kids split up and so forth if the numbers go down, which I don't think will be likely given the trend that we're seeing. And that's based on the data that we've been provided. So if we plan on that, all of our teachers and all of our staff can prepare to get better at distance learning. And like a lot of the parents said, we then know what we can do, and we know how to plan. We know that our kids will be safe. We know that our grandparents, our aunts and uncles, our elderly, our young children will be safe. So I just wanted to add that's what my position would be based on the data and based on the research from the medical doctors, and that we're going to get 2 vaccines from Moderna. I read today that it's 95%. Moderna is. Pfizer is only 90%. But based on what Dr. Fauci and all of the health people will recommend, then that's what we'll do. And based on President Biden and Vice President Harris's plan for the nation, and also Governor Newsom. But again, we are local. We are the local governing board that make the decisions. And it's based on context, like you said, and that's what we have to do. So thank you very much.
Dr. Wyatt? I know he went out once.
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you, Madam President. And again, thank you to our executive cabinet for this presentation and all of the tremendous information that they presented to us. And, I would echo a lot of what Mr. Tillman and Dr. Flores have already said. And but I want to add a few things as well. And I'm glad that they're both bringing up data. I think data is very important. And just, so folks know, I have asked for reports on our D's and F's and update on our progress reports. I've also asked for update on our chronic absenteeism. I want to also add that I would like to know how many of our IEPs are overdue. I didn't ask that one before, but I'm going to make sure I put that out there right now. That is all critical data that we have to look at in regards to student performance and how they're doing right now and how they're doing with distance learning. With that being said, we know when we get that information, what are we doing to really re-engage our students to ensure that distance learning is actually working for the students that are not engaged and it's not working for. I've heard a lot of support for our teachers in regards to professional development. I absolutely agree with them. I had a comment come in right now and it said, we were watching these videos, which I think was great. Some of our teachers that were on there had 2 and 3 monitors, right? So they had quite a setup at home. So I imagine not every teacher has that kind of setup, but for them that do, maybe, we need to make it a more robust environment, either in their home or say from their classroom, if we were doing distance learning from their classroom. I don't see us coming back to, as Mr. Tillman said, a full-time school calendar or schedule at all this year. I think that's an impossibility. So that leaves us with 2 options, and that's distance learning and hybrid learning. Dr. Volkmer had some great information for us and great comments about, when you combine our distance learning with a quote unquote hybrid schedule, the majority of our instruction is still distance learning. So, that's something that we know is going to happen no matter what until the end of the year. So we definitely have to ensure that we're doing everything we can to support our teachers to be the best that they can at instructing our students. I also heard Mr. Tillman talk about our nonprofits that are out there that can help us support with, say, after school programs or homework programs to help our students. So these are all, peripheral programs I want us to explore and make sure we're using for kids that are really struggling. We had some great public comments out there too. I wanted to acknowledge those. I really did appreciate one of the comments that specifically talked about, services for maybe can we somehow set up services for kids to come in for assessments, or students are desperately struggling. Is there any way we can maybe set up one-on-one or small group tutoring? That would be fantastic. And then another major concern I have is our homeless population, our McKinney-Bento population. And are we doing wellness checks with them? Are we making sure they're okay? I'm sure we are, but it'd just be nice to know, how closely we're monitoring them to ensure that they are well and healthy. Let's see if I missed anything else. No, that's pretty much it. And, I like using testimonials, and, we're all, as parents with students in the district, faced with a very challenging decision. What would we like for our children? And I'm sure you've heard me say many times, I'd love my son to come back to some sort of hybrid program to where, he had some in-person teaching and learning and distance learning as well combined. Well, I've been speaking with him today as we were having conversations, and he's concerned as well. So I'm supportive of him and his decision, as well as our parents and their decisions. But safety obviously has to be first and foremost. As we all know, unfortunately, in our area, we're still in purple. There's no end in sight, it seems like right now. I'll say this about the vaccines. That's great that they're coming out. But I've been doing my homework on that as well. And about 50% of Americans in our country say they will not take that vaccine. So I don't even see us being dependent on that as a, basically a hope for us to come back to full-time teaching. So I am in support of my colleagues. I truly believe that distance learning is what we have to focus on, become the best at it, and the best at getting better. And that is my decision. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Gallo.
Yes, I heard over the past week, not only through our town hall meetings, but also tonight, through Ashley and the information that was shared here, that, parents, have had some concerns, and the concerns being that even if we did return in a hybrid model, we could not guarantee as a district that they would have their same teacher as their counsel or teacher, nor could we even guarantee that students would remain at their current school. There's been, there's a lot of logistics, as Barbara's mentioned, and Danny and Scott as well, about and a lot of moving parts. When we wish to give our staff choices as to whether they would return, we've all basically said we're not going to be the ones forcing staff that don't feel comfortable returning to work to mandate that they return to school and risk their lives, or their family members' lives. We've also said that we would like to give choices for parents, to come to, a variety of in-school type activities as well. But when you couple all of this stuff together, I'm hearing tonight that it's, you can't guarantee everyone with every one of their wishes. And so it makes it very, very difficult to really come to a decision to say, implement a hybrid model when we're not even really sure what the hybrid model would really look like. We can't really even tell parents whether or not they'd be going to their same school, let alone receiving, instruction from their same teacher. And nor could we, guarantee to our staff that they would have the opportunities to make their own decisions on their families and their own safety. So, with that being said, I think implementation of a hybrid model anytime soon is probably unlikely. I'd like to echo what Scott said and one of our public comments today, that it would be great if we could figure out how to get the most at-risk students some type of on-site exposure and experience, albeit it would be in limited availability. But we may be losing a fair amount of these students to a number of issues, not only the health and welfare and emotional and social learning, but just even participating in a public education experience. So I propose that we figure out how we might consider having some of those, perhaps on-site instructional activities for a small fraction of our student base. But, I'm thinking implementing widespread, hybrid learning model is probably not in the cards.
Thank you, Mr. Gallo. Dr. Hill?
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to say to Dr. Menares and her team, again, another great job, and we know it's not easy. I just want to just share with you, having lived on the East Coast when I was a child and we dealt with the hurricanes. You always prepared. And if they came, you were prepared. If they didn't come, you were still okay. So what I like about what you're doing here, we are preparing something. We don't know what tomorrow is going to look like, much less December, January, but the prediction is it's not going to be good. And again, I'm just glad that we're preparing something. And I did hear one of the comments, and I think it came from one of the teachers who said, you aren't going to please everybody. And we know that because we know last year this time, everybody was not pleased and we didn't have a pandemic. So what we need to do is the best we can with what we got, whenever we can, use the professional development, the expertise of everybody, and let's move forward. And the what if's okay, but I'd like to be prepared with what's coming and what's before us. And I see you doing that. So we said, and we say at every meeting, we're going to go back when we feel it's safe to do so. I do know, it would be difficult for everybody around us to go back, and we not go back if it's safe to do so. But I don't foresee that happening either. But I'm just saying, what we need to do is just keep preparing. So whatever's happened, if we can go back, we should. If we can't go back, we shouldn't. But we're going to make sure students, staff, and certainly all of our teachers, as well as our parents and the grandparents in their home and everybody else, we want to make sure everybody is safe. Losing one life is very devastating. So I just hope we not talk about the mass, but talk about just that one life that you could possibly lose if you make a bad decision on when to go back. So let's just focus on when it's safe, but when it's safe, we will be ready. So thank you, and I appreciate all that you're doing.
Thank you. And I'm not seeing any more comments at this time. So I will say again, great presentation. And it's not even just this presentation. It's been an ongoing of collaboration of presentations that has gotten us here, and I'm very, very thankful to everyone putting their heads together and just identifying those things along the way. And it sounds like tonight we even identified, I'm sure as you're capturing the notes, we know that the next part of this is to perfect where we're at. And we know that distance education, but we're certainly not where we were when we first came back. We're certainly not there. We're at least turning on and logging in and identifying what's happening. A few months ago, we were talking about internet, all of those type of things, but we're moving along and we're making hope still happen, and that's what we have to believe in as we make this critical decision based on all of the information that's been given to us. And as the board has shared out, we still arrive at the same thing. It's important to keep everyone safe. And then as we educate, we build and perfect what we didn't even know we were going to have to do some 8 months ago. So I think this is great. I think Dr. Menards, you chimed in on something very important about the IEPs. And so, that's answering questions in real time because it's a lot of information that comes, but those questions, I heard another board member make sure that they understood that in that survey, there was some critical information that was left out. And we know now as we look and received all of this information, those extra details showed us that it would almost be impossible to assure the student, the teacher, the parent are all going to stay together. There is some potential disruption, and we don't want to send a message of something that we cannot do. That's more detrimental. And then lastly, adopting the mindset, as we talked the other week, it's readiness. It's readiness. We say readiness is about any disaster, any major thing. It's always readiness, because if you're not ready at the end, as was shared, then you don't know what to do in panic. And I don't think we're in panic mode. We're long beyond panic mode. We're making critical decisions, but we're making them with our eyes wide open. So appreciate all of you all. I didn't see anything else. And like I said, we'll be making a decision down in the action item. And so if there's no other comments, we're going to move then to 9.1, which again, I will go to the board, the board members, and ask the board members to begin their personal comments.
Madam President, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Can we move that item forward only because I know there are people that are viewing the meeting and it's getting late and a lot of
Sure. Let's go ahead and let's okay, if that makes it easier. I don't want to go off script on something. If I can't move it out, it's going to disrupt what we already agreed on the agenda, because we had talked about that earlier. And I was hoping that that's why I made the announcement that we're going to be taking the action, and hopefully everybody is hearing everything. And I'll tell you another concern, because when we go into our board comments, that information is, if we add something else there, it's important too. So that's my concern. Would I be deviating off because I didn't change it at the beginning? Dr. Volkermer or someone, I'm seeing Dr. Wyatt say yes. All right, so what we'll do then, let's move forward with our comments. And I think we're gonna get through this in a timely manner so everyone will remain on the same page. So 9.1, board members, if you would like to give a comment, I'm looking at the chat. And if not, maybe we'll gain some time. Is that you, Dr. Wyatt?
It sure is, Madam President.
Go ahead.
And, boy, with all this being said, it's almost like, gosh, should I really say thank you to folks that came out and supported things out there in the public, because people are like, we always got to be safe. But you know what, I'm going to still say thank you to a lot of our students who came out and contributed to an event that we had that was supporting our veterans and our safety personnel. And that was our Explorer program, who I will say utilized all of their EPGs, social distancing, did a great job, continuously sanitizing their hands. But you know what? The kids were out there and they were doing an amazing job supporting and participating. And it was, as like somebody said earlier with the pictures, it was nice to see the kids out there together and working together as well. We definitely have to keep safety in mind, but I'm going to say thank you to them. Thank you to the chief, as well as our other officers that were out there supporting the program and our students. Job well done. Looked professional as always, looked sharp, and gosh, really professional and just darn right polite and courteous. And seeing young men and young women becoming what they want to be in their careers or might want to aspire to, it's just amazing to see. And I know we want to see that more often, but again, we just got to continue to use caution as much as possible. But thank you to them for being out there in our community and supporting us during such tough times.
Thank you. Dr. Flores, you made it back. You're okay. Can you hear us or see us?
Yes, I can. Sorry,
Okay.
my signal dropped and I got panicked.
Okay, you're in. You're in.
Okay.
You're
Are you guys sharing? Okay. I like
Yes.
to be in line after everybody.
You were actually next.
Oh, great. Okay. I wanted to share this book. It's Ruby Bridges, This Is Your Time. And I just want to read a little bit from it. On November 14th, 1960, that was 60 years ago, at the age of 6, Ruby Bridges became the first Black child to integrate an all-white elementary school in New Orleans. Escorted by federal marshals past angry segregationist protesters, young Ruby attended William Frantz Elementary and earned a place in civil rights history. 60 years later, Ruby has written an impassioned letter to young people engaging in the fight for racial equality. Her words, a call to action imbued with love and grace, are paired with Black and white photographs from then and now. This Is Your Time will inspire readers as the struggle for liberty and justice for all continues, and the powerful legacy of Ruby Bridges endures. I just want to read from page 44 and 46. And she says, when I think about how great this country could be, America, the land of the free, home of the brave, I think about Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and what he said about being great. Everybody can be great because everybody can serve. Quote, you only need a heart full of grace. I'm going to say it again. You only need a heart full of grace. Really, it is the love and grace. This is Ruby. Really, it is the love and grace for one another that will heal the world. It is the love and grace that will allow us to see one another as brothers and sisters. It is the love and grace that would allow us to respect the many ways God has made all of us unique and will allow us to turn our stumbling blocks into stepping stones. That's so powerful. And I just wanted to share that with everyone tonight, our board, our staff, our community, our parents, because we are blessed. We are filled with gratitude during this season of giving thanks. And I was just so touched by her words and her wisdom. It's a really powerful book. I bought it for my granddaughter, and I bought two others. I bought Ruby Bridges Goes to School, My True Story by Ruby Bridges. And I also bought The Story of Ruby Bridges, because I want my granddaughter to know that little girls can make a difference in our world. Thank you, and many blessings to everybody and for this Thanksgiving week that's coming up. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Tillman recanted. So Ms. Rosales Medina. Is she on, Ms. Rosales?
Yeah, I'm on. I'm on.
Okay.
I was trying to connect. No, I just wanted to wish my son a happy birthday. Today he is 17 years old. He's a senior in high school. And the reason why I mention this is because with the conversation we had earlier about the what happens when we reopen, is he's a senior this year. And he's asking about prom. He's asking about all the activities seniors have. So I also want to look at, what virtual activities can we start looking into for our seniors? As I know last school year, the seniors had virtual graduations and just preparing for the worst case scenario of what if they don't come back to school. And if that's the case, then looking at still having them have some type of normal with the new normal kind of environment that we're in, and providing those avenues of social activities, because now he's asking, well, now I can't see my friends, like other than in classroom and that social environment. So if we could look into there's any programs or the high schools that are doing virtual parties or events that we can actually supervise and so forth, hopefully we can look into that for our seniors this year.
All right, great. Okay, I think I cover everyone. Does anybody else have anything in the chat I don't see? All right, so again, I just want to comment on the wonderful videos that we are seeing. Again, I said it earlier, but it's really important for us to see that things are actually happening, and you guys are doing a fantastic job doing that. I do want to make mention, myself and I know a couple of other board members attended Latino Task Force. We had a couple of back-to-back Zoom in, Zoom out, press a button, press out, but we definitely wanted to support the information that I heard, especially from Mr. Ojeda. I got his full part and some of yours, Ms. Applegate, and it was really a lot of continuity there. We know you hadn't met for quite some time, but it was quite a few people from what I can see that was on the line. And so I say that because, again, our parents are really on the front line, as I say, and they're engaging, and they're, as we talk to the parents, even though they have the concerns, they're really trying to do what, to be there for their student and do what we should have been doing a long time ago when we heard about engagement. Engagement is the part of the educators, but the involvement, you have to be invited to be involved. And so they go hand in hand. And so you all did a great job, and appreciate that. I didn't get to stay the whole time because we did have another meeting, but we are there to support all of our groups. It's important for us to let them know, and those are the only times sometimes we can see the parents as well, but we're moving right along, and I'm very pleased with what I heard and what I see. Thank you. Moving to 9.2, superintendent and staff.
Thank you. Thank you, President Rogers. Just a few comments this evening. First of all, several board meetings ago, there were a number of public comments that were made identifying racist comments and or actions for members of our staff. And I want to assure the public that the district has investigated each and every one of those allegations and took the appropriate action depending upon the outcomes of those investigations. Due to privacy and confidentiality laws, we're not at liberty to say any more than that or provide specific information about any individual employee. But we wanted the public to know that we do take this very seriously and that we have followed up. Board, I want to remind you, you have an action item this evening to change the meeting on December 8th to December 15th to be in compliance with the education code. That'll be your annual organizational meeting. So just wanted to remind you that did come from the county schools office that we needed to make that change. So we've prepared that action item for you. Just one celebration this evening. Want to send out a hearty congratulations to Dr. Rachel Menares, our Assistant Superintendent of Continuous Improvement, and Aldo Ramirez, Director in that same division, whose proposal titled Improvement Science to Accelerate Achievement for All was selected to be a presentation at Carnegie's 8th Annual Summit on Improvement in Education, scheduled for April 2021. So wonderful work, Rachel and Aldo. Thank you for representing the district so well. Let's give them a shout out. And then I just want to conclude my comments this evening by saying, in this special season of thanks, I want to wish our board, wish every single member of our wonderful team and all the terrific San Bernardino City Unified School District community a very restful and safe Thanksgiving holiday. Enjoy a little bit of time off, and we'll look forward to coming back strong after next week. So thank you very much. Those are my comments.
Thank you. We are now at 10.0, consent items. Board.
So moved.
Is there a second? Hello, board.
Madam President, I'll second, but I have to recuse myself from 10.20. Thank you.
Okay, so I have a second as well. So is it 10 point, what's the number?
10.20.
10.20. We know you need to recuse. Are
Yes,
there
ma'am.
anything else to pull? All right, I didn't think so. So I'm going to go ahead and take the vote, and then Dr. White.
Madam President,
Yes.
it is actually 10.19.
That's what I thought.
We
I'm
believe it
sorry.
an item
Okay.
after your agenda.
Oh,
It's
that's why.
10.19.
Okay, yes, because I just scratched out 19 and said I thought I was the wrong
Sorry,
one, but
10.19.
I believed you. Okay, so
I believe you, Karen.
10.20. All right. Okay, we got that, and there is a first and second.
So 19.
It's yes, 19.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to take the vote. Dr. Hill,
Aye.
Mr. Gallo,
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt,
Aye.
Dr. Flores,
Aye.
Mr. Tillman,
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina,
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. All right, motion carried. All right, now we're going to go back to 10.19, and he's recusing himself because I believe he's on the board. All right, so can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
All right, so motion and second. If there is no discussion, I will take the vote. Again, Dr. Hill,
Aye.
Mr. Gallo,
Aye.
Dr. Flores,
Aye.
Mr. Tillman,
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina,
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. All right, we're now I'm gonna get him back. If you don't see him, yeah, come back. Good job. All right, we are now at 11.0 action items, beginning at 11.1. Personnel report number 9 dated November 17th, 2020.
As presented.
Thank you.
So moved. I was muted.
Board, what's going on?
The mute button.
Was it? Did I hear a motion in a second?
I think it was myself and Dr. Flores.
Okay.
Or Dr. Flores and myself.
You can take it, Dr.
No,
White.
Dr. Flores, ladies first.
Okay. Just as long as Ms. Cunningham has it. All right. Dr. Hill.
Aye.
Mr. Gallo.
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt.
Aye.
Dr. Flores.
Aye.
Mr. Tillman.
Aye.
Mr. Salas Medina.
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. 11.2, approval of the 2021 Board of Education meeting calendar revision and date for the annual organizational meeting of the Board of Education. Is everyone on mute or what's happening?
So moved.
Second.
Can I have a question?
Yes.
So how many meetings do we have in December?
Is it one?
Only
Yes,
one.
Mr. Tillman,
Only
when the board adopted their
just one
schedule of meetings at the beginning of the year, there was just one for December because of the holidays, because we're gone so much in December.
So when is the new board members going to be seated?
December 15th.
So is this Mr. Gallo's last meeting?
Potentially, nothing has been officially declared so far.
Right. It's
Well, I just want to say, Mr. Gallo, it's been a pleasure working with you. And you've done some great things for the district, and I really appreciate the way you've been able to collaborate. And I know you're going to stay around and keep giving us some good suggestions and working with us. So
Thanks,
I just want to make sure I don't miss the opportunity to tell you while you're serving as a board member, thank you for all your work that you've done. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, man.
I would also like to say that you've been a great colleague, Mike. I loved working with you. Sometimes we didn't see eye to eye, but we respected each other. And
Yeah,
I
you
really
bet.
appreciate that and your honor and integrity and your truthfulness. I value you very much, and I just love working with you and all our other board members, and I just wish you the best. I know we'll see you around. I know we'll see you around, and I just you know that I care a lot about you, and I just wish you the best, my friend and colleague. Yeah.
Thank you.
And I don't know if others, but I've already spoken to Mr. Gallo. He's aware of some formalities that are going to come at the next board meeting. So it's not that we will not have a formal, I don't want to say leaving, going away, but there is some formalities that we're waiting on, and he's quite aware. And but he knows we love him, but we're going to formalize that love if we have to do that.
Yeah.
But we know again, the numbers are just, we're in an unusual time right now, and we just want to make sure everything is certain, right? Okay, so I think that there was a motion in a second before we got to Mr. Gallo just disrupted the calendar.
I think it was Mr. Tillman, actually.
Okay.
Don't beat the guy down. Come on.
Well, might as well go out with a bang, right?
Just take the calendar and wipe it out. Okay, we'll go ahead and take the vote then. Dr. Hill?
Aye.
Mr. Gallo?
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Dr. Flores?
Aye.
Mr. Tillman?
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. So much for secrets, huh? All right, 11.3. 11.3, approval of the 2020-2021 school readiness day.
So moved.
Thank you. Was that a second? I think I heard a second.
Second.
All right, if there's no further discussion, we are going to go ahead and take the vote. Yes.
Can I ask you a question?
I
What does that mean?
I was going to ask the same thing, Danny.
What did I
What
say?
does that mean?
What does what mean?
What is the date?
What's the readiness date? I mean, I had to ask that question. Thank you, Danny.
Okay,
Ms. Stillman.
okay.
I was asked the same thing.
Dr. Volkmer, you want to address the date? I think that's how we worded it.
Thank you, Madam President. Board, we'll need you to be specific in terms of what your action is this evening. So someone would need to make a motion to say, for instance, and I'll just use this as an example, based on this discussion I've heard earlier, I make a motion to I make a motion that we remain on distance learning until the remainder of the year, March 13th, whatever it would be.
I'll make the motion. I'd like to make a motion.
Go for it, Danny.
I'd like to make a motion because of the information we received and the current status, COVID-19 status in the county of San Bernardino, and more importantly, within the school district boundary. It seems as though we're going to have COVID-19 challenges that will not allow us to effectively do a blended learning. So my proposal is to have distance learning for the rest of the 2020-2021 school year.
I second it.
Can we have discussion?
Yes.
I wonder if you might consider modifying it to perhaps include some small component of at-risk youth activities if and when deemed appropriately safe.
And if possible.
And if possible.
Exploring that, Mr. Gallo.
Right.
Okay.
Can I also recommend a modification that that we will begin when we receive notification from the state, county, public health, and when it's deemed safe to do so?
Well, I'm not saying that.
I wouldn't be for that because it's up to us, Margaret. It's up to us to decide what is safe within our district.
Well, it's not up to us. It's up to public.
No,
No,
it is.
there's a whole lot of them there.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think we could say we'd just come back right now if we wanted to while it's purple, right?
No. But I mean, given the data.
Can I elaborate, Dr. Hill? My concern is right now it's November.
Yeah.
And we know we have to go 6 weeks. We have to wait 6 weeks after we get to the red. So let's say best case scenario in February, if you start the 6 week countdown in February, that takes you into March or April. So my point is, I couldn't imagine us saying that we're going to go to a full blown hybrid, knowing that the information we received said that you got to take some students and send them to a different teacher and some to a different school in April. Who would want to do that?
But if you get in the red in December,
that's impossible.
Well, nothing's impossible. Everything's possible.
That's impossible.
But the bottom line is, I could not go for saying until the end of the school year. I think it's, I don't know if it would be fair to students. I'm not sure it would be fair to parents or anyone else. We have always talked about when we deemed it was safe and we are ready to return. That may not be until next August, and that's okay. But I don't think we should today, November 17th, decide we aren't going to go back for the remainder of the school year because we aren't predictive. We don't know what's going to happen.
Well, and I guess this is always my challenge. You have people who open schools to find out that people get sick when you open the schools. I don't have to open the schools to realize that if I do open the schools, people are going to get sick. I already know it's going to happen. And it's obvious at the rate that we're at in terms of the prevalence of the virus, there's no way that we're going to be in red even in, definitely not December. And Dr. Hill, my point is, if you got in the red in December, which doesn't even seem plausible, you know Thanksgiving's coming, which means that people are going to interact more, which means that the numbers are going to go up. But you won't see the result of Thanksgiving until December. Even at Christmas and December, people are going to interact more. So you won't see those numbers until January. So when you see the numbers in January, you still have to wait 6 weeks after the end of January. It's going to take you into March. My point is, if we get to March or April, it wouldn't make sense to say we're going to open the schools in April. My point would be, because people are going to begin taking the vaccine, that the real challenge will be making sure we have our schools back and ready to accommodate regular school at their school with their teacher. That may happen sooner than we think, because that's going to be a matter of who takes the vaccine. But I don't see anything plausible in terms of the district bringing students back in a hybrid model, knowing that some students will have to go to a different teacher and a different school. That's why it's easy for me to make the motion that we are not going to do a hybrid, but we will bring kids back as soon as possible, knowing that a vaccine will be available soon.
Well, I really didn't say as soon as possible. I said when it's safe to do so. But circumstances change from time to time. You could have someone. Things just happen and people move. And if you're talking about students being transferred to another school, that may or may not be a concern, but we won't know until we get there. I cannot support making a decision, and I know we just need to vote. I cannot support making a decision to say we won't open between now and the end of the school year. But I can support, but if we don't open until the end of the school year, because it's only safe to do so, and if you have a small window at the end, I think teachers, parents, and students will understand. But I could not vote for us not doing that at all. But I can vote to say when it's safe for us to do so, which is what I have really said all along.
And that's adding that verbiage in there, Mr. Tillman. Is that what you're saying no to being able to add? Because your motion was long, so I don't have it in front of me to read it, but I know it had a lot in there. But in light of the statement of unless or deemed, safe to do so is what's kind of on the floor. But
we have 2 more comments actually on the comment board.
But
We need to respect that.
my motion is not to suggest when it's safe to do so without a vaccine. I'm not saying that. I'm not suggesting that it'd be a good idea in April to do a hybrid model and force some teachers to come back to the site and force some students to switch to a different teacher. To me, that'd be the worst thing to do in April. I don't see what you gain out of sending kids to a different teacher in a different school in April. You don't get anything from it. So I easily make the motion that people don't have to vote yes on it. My motion is that we will have distance learning for the remainder of the 2020-2021 school year, with the caveat that for the students that have extreme needs, and that the district can find a way to work to meet some of those needs and have staff come back to a few sites, as Mr. Gallo's talking about, I'm for that.
Would that consider being safe though? In that?
We would only do the Mr. Gallo part if it is safe.
If it's safe, and that's kind of what we're okay. That's what Mr.
Madam President, the concern I have, we've already been given the information.
Right.
That if we were to go with a full-blown hybrid, that we know for a fact certain kids will be kept and certain kids will lose their teachers. That's enough for me to say it's not worth it to do in April or May.
Okay. Ms. Rosales Medina?
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
So then with my, I'm Thai. I'm kind of torn between both areas. I see where Danny's saying is, Mr. Tillman is mentioning, it's better just to have it this way as an easy, just for students and teachers, and we can prepare, and this is what's going to happen. But at the same time, I do see students at risk, and I do see that there is a high need. And even if we were to come back, let's just say in April or even in May, just to have where they can see each other, I don't know. I'm really torn on this one, only because I do believe that it should be where it becomes, well, how Dr. Hill mentioned, where if it's doomed, no, it's mentioned to come back to school.
But and you may have the vaccine. I'll make the motion if the vaccine is available and people are able to get the vaccine and willing.
But not everyone's going to not everyone's going to feel comfortable with the vaccine, Mr. Tillman.
And I think if we're going to talk about what you guys are talking about, the discussion we didn't have is this. There are staff being told that contractually they have to come back. So are you saying that you're going to force some staff to come back to do this?
No, I imagine they would pick staff that are willing to come back, staff that do want to come back.
That's not what the truth of the matter is. It has not been negotiated. And so and even to talk about seniority. And so then maybe we need to have another meeting that is clear about how are you going to ensure that you have certain number of staff to come back, which is going to dictate how much on-site learning you can have. This is the whole problem we have with the survey, because the survey said to the parents, who wants a hybrid program? The parents assume when they said, I want hybrid, that somehow magically my student was going to go back to their school, they were going to be there for the full day, and they were going to have their teacher. That's the furthest thing from the truth. You're talking about going back for 3 hours, somebody got to find a way to pick the kid up, and then they may not have the teacher, and they might have to go to a different school. I just can't fathom how that's going to be something that the majority of the parents are going to think is a good thing. And without the vaccine, you're exposing people to a virus that has the potential to kill. So why would it ever be worth 2 months of school to do that?
Okay, so let me hear from Dr. Wyatt.
Thank you, Madam President. And wow, what a very difficult decision, for all of us to make. And I'll just say that, and not an easy one. And I want to respect my colleagues as much as possible. I heard Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina say earlier, her son's a senior, so is mine. So I feel the same sentiments that she does, and quite devastated from it. And as I was last year for our kids who were seniors at the end of the year last year, and now we're facing that again. And there's no replacement for the activities that our kids would have been able to experience during their senior year. There just isn't. I mean, virtual's nice, but there's no replacement for pep rallies or clubs or sports or proms and things like that. And that's just the unfortunate circumstance of what we're in. We talked about having opportunities for students that need the supports, and we've discussed this before, but how do we identify who those students are? We could easily have a student who's an IB student say, I need supports because, it's a heck of a darn program that I'm in, and I need to be with my teachers. Or we could have students with disabilities, or we could have English learners or homeless students that need support. So that in itself would be a challenge on how do we develop a criteria of who those students would be. I'm absolutely for that, number one. Let me say that. I absolutely agree with that. Dr. Hill, you made a extremely valid point, and I did lose a little focus today when I was thinking about this. And we have said, and this has been our mantra, and I've said it in many forms, when it's safe to do so. Wow, that resonated with me when you brought that up, and we have been standing by that word, by our slogan saying that. So if it were to be safe to do so in March, April, and then we say no, then we haven't been true to our word. Okay, so that's a concern I have as well. Are we even going to be able to come back? I couldn't tell you. I think right now, Mr. Tillman has a lot of validity to his what he has on the table right now, his motion. I'd like to believe that we can come back. I want to hope that we can come back. And I'll be quite honest with you. I'll say this. I have no belief in the vaccine whatsoever. It may work, it may not, but as I've read and as I've spoken to people, I haven't heard a single person I've talked to yet say, hey, I want to get in line and take that vaccine. So the vaccine, in my opinion, is a Hail Mary, and I don't think we should depend on that. We're going to have to depend on what we believe right now as board members, and we're going to have to vote on it. I think it's a very difficult decision for all of us to make.
Dr. Flores?
I just want to add that the data that we have right now and the information we have right now and the trend points to, the increase in infections. We heard doctor statements today about about how it's airborne, how it's infecting our organs. And if we really believe in safety and not having it spread, it just takes one person who is asymptomatic to infect anybody. And I'm not willing to risk that. I would prefer, and I do support Mr. Tillman's motion because I second it, that we continue to go long distance. It's when we come back, I think it'll still be high given the trends. And it isn't worth it to open up for the last month or two and cause all of this, chaos and kids not being with their teacher. I mean, it's like, it's better to be steady state. It's better to know so that we can plan for what's coming next. I just am thinking of everybody's safety. I do not want us to increase the contact, open it up. Ms. Medina, your son got, one of your sons got COVID. We don't know the long-term effects of it. There's lots of us that also have family members that have COVID and have had to struggle. I, as an elected official, am going to side with safety. And that's my position. I hear what you all are saying. I hear Dr. Hill, what you're saying. Dr. Wyatt, Ms. Medina, and also, of course, Mike. But I think that I'm going to vote yes, that we stay long distance. So thank you.
All right, Mr. Tillman?
So Dr. Hill,
Yes.
If the county said we were in red tomorrow, would you propose that we have in-person meetings started right away?
I propose that we return when it's safe to do so.
No, I'm saying, but you said safe means we go to red.
No, I'm not mentioning red or purple or any other color. I'm just saying when it's safe to do so.
What would be the definition of safe?
When we meet the guidelines of the state, the county, and we are prepared to get students back in school, when we are prepared to do the smaller class sizes, when we have the teachers in place.
But just so I'm clear, the guidelines are, if we ever got to red, we would be able to have school again.
But we overrule that with our statement.
But my question is, if we were in red in December, would you say we're going to start having meetings in person?
If it's safe to do so, which is what I've always said, which is what we all always said, when it's safe to do so, Mr. Tillman.
But
no, I do not believe we will be in red in December, January, February, maybe not March. But I am saying that I maintain what I've said all along when we feel it's safe to do so, or when it is determined that it's safe for students to return.
Yeah, well, my only point is, if you look at the county's SB COVID, I encourage folks to go there. Go to sbcovid19.com. You will see the second wave occurring right now. The only question is this wave going to be bigger than the last wave? But when we stop having school and when we start doing virtual meetings, it's because there's a thing called COVID-19 out there. So until people take a vaccine, it's never going to be quote unquote safe to go to school. If you have people who are high risk, they have the potential of dying if they get the virus. The only solution to the virus is getting the vaccine. And I'm all for coming back to school full time once we get the vaccine. Because
that is also saying when it's safe to do so. And that's really why we coined that phrase. I know for it, but some of you are talking and talking.
Can I finish my statement?
Mm-hmm.
It's just like Mr. Wyatt said. Scott, you got to mute your mics. But Mr. Wyatt said he's not going to take the vaccine, and that's fine. But the beautiful thing about the vaccine is this: if I have a high-risk teacher and the vaccine is available, and they choose to take it, and they do it based on what the science tells them, and they are able to come back and be safe because science tells them, I feel good about that. If the grandparent at home decides to take the vaccine and they feel safe, and just to be personal, by the time of April next year, I'll know whether I have a good feeling that the vaccine is safe, and I'll be first in line to take it. Because then I can come into an in-person meeting and feel comfortable around being around other people. And my only point is there's never going to be a time where we're going to say it's safe without getting the vaccine. That's where we are right now. So I don't understand why and let me finish by saying this. There are negative consequences to not stating tonight that we're going to go distance learning for the rest of the school year, because you have teachers out there who would rather focus on perfecting distance learning for the rest of the school year than have to worry about negotiating this, having to get in line and find out what the pecking order is in terms of seniority and who gets to decide who comes back to campus and who doesn't, because the laws are going to drive that. And
I think, Mr. Tillman, the request to amend was an and, not an or. So it was and when it's, however the verbiage would have been, and when it's safe to do so. Let me just say, no one, I'm not hearing in the consensus that anyone is not saying to the inevitable is the 2021 year, right? But in concluding that, we still stick to what and when it's safe to do so. Because some things are going to happen. Wait, let me finish. Some things will turn tables. A lot will happen even beyond our date that's before us right now, whether it's vaccine or not. I'm sure we'll be having the question on HIPAA laws. Can we know who took a vaccine, who didn't take? Can we allow them? We're barely finding out about the mask thing. All of those things imply that it's safe. And as you've said, Dr. Flores, now we set this up again to remind everyone that your board is taking it to the local level beyond all the other things that we're hearing and seeing. And we're still going to err a little bit more safe as safe can be. And I hear you, Mr. Gallo, when you say we can never guarantee, you're right, but we can be safer or safe can be. So I just wanted to say, I'm hearing and, because it has been a mantra to say that, not that, okay, we're going to get there and we see the numbers. I agree with you. But we're just adding that.
There's a motion and a second, and I say let's call for the vote,
Okay.
There's still
I have
comments
a
in the
comment.
comment chat. I mean,
have
we
a
need to
comment.
respect everybody's comments.
This is still discussion time.
Exactly.
I have a
And
comment.
Mr. Gallo, I'm going to call on you right now because you're next in the chat.
Great. I have a thought, and to me, it's not fair really to string along our parents and families and communities, let alone our staff members. I think it's incumbent upon us to make a decision here and to not weasel word it in a way that's when it's safe to do so. Obviously, when it's safe to do so. If it wasn't safe to do so, we weren't going to do it. So I think that's inherent in the proposal. However, I really think stringing along our students and not giving a decision, a specific date as to when we think it would, it could happen it's just not fair for us to do this because basically it's a non-decision.
Exactly.
If we end up saying, a certain date, not till the end of the school year, unless it's safe to do so. I mean, what does that mean to somebody? How does a family plan the rest of their school year and plan their childcare and be able to at least say, okay, well, everybody agrees if some unforeseen circumstance occurs and everybody magically takes a vaccine that's 100% effective. But I think we've heard from, many public health officials, we have no clue what the long-term effects are of COVID and how parents and people are going to feel sending their students to school, let alone their at-risk folks at home, their grandparents and other family members and stuff. Look, to me, we do our district a disservice if we just don't make up our minds and be very definitive here. And if we can't, then don't make a decision. Let's just not vote on it and table it then. But to me, I think we really should be clear in what this date is.
And I don't have
the motion. Look, you guys know I have not been a big fan of distance learning. I'm just not. That's not how people learn. It isn't hands-on applied learning experiences that I know is what's needed for actual learning and skills acquisition to occur. So we need to be able to figure out a way to get back to school on a permanent basis. And I hear the logistics and craziness of trying to figure out how to do a blended learning model or a hybrid district learning model. And it is fraught, as Barbara says, with just logistics nightmare. And I agree, it's not going to be right. So with the proviso that we actually make some kind of accommodation for our most at-risk students and do everything we can to see that those students do get some kind of hands-on instruction and practice. There's other entities that are open and doing things. And if we do it on a small scale basis, because the risk of not doing it is higher to those at-risk students than the risk of COVID, then I could certainly, accommodate that. And I think we've done so in this motion. So thank you.
Thank you. And so again, there's a motion out there. I hear you. Wanted to get full discussion on it. I think we're now at the implied version of we will do this when it's safe to do so. When we will go back into wherever it is. And I think I've heard everyone, no one's disagreeing, I don't think, with the 2021 being done at that level. I didn't really hear that was the issue. But again, what I did hear before I call for the vote is I do want to be clear, then if we're saying that's implied, it's implied. But I also hear in that motion, we added another group as though that would be, we would make a decision separately, bringing them back under a different guise, that's not safe to do so. Because then we're relying on the purple and all the other colors for that group as well. So this is about clarity. I don't think we're trying to drag this out, but it is for clarity. And we did add another group, and we're going to say the same thing about that group. It's not going to be, okay, because they're in this group, we're going to just bring them back, and not even think about all the proper channels that we have to take under consideration. So again, we're saying in the year, we will not do anything else until it's implied safety, obviously will base our decisions, correct? If there's no further discussion.
Can we have the motion repeated so I'm clear?
Yeah, yes. Karen, are you able to do that?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, let's see if I've got this total. Okay, motion was made by Member Tillman to remain in distance learning through the end of the 2020-21 school year with accommodation for students that have extreme needs for small student in-person groups. I may not have said that quite right there. And I did put in the deemed safe, though. Mr. Tillman, did I say that correctly?
Yes, you did. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, we've heard it, and
Madam President, I just need clarification.
Yes.
To bring back students that are needed when safe.
Well, that's what okay, so that was kind of my question again.
My thought is this, Dr. Flores, if the staff say there are a small group of students that could really benefit from a arrangement when we're not in the purple state, and it's only going to take a few teachers and staff that will allow them to come to the campus, but it's not going to be a full-blown hybrid.
Right. Okay. So I think we need to put in there when it's safe, when it's safe.
That's the same statement. That's what I've been going on for 20 minutes. It's just the and, because there's another group in there. So, and Karen needs to read it again, because we added or said something. So we need to get it clear. I see you board members getting frustrated, but I mean, I didn't say you, but I'm just saying it's in the minutes. So we got to get it right. So Karen, can you read it again?
Yeah, give me 1 sec here. Okay. I just added the purple tier. Okay, so, all right, to remain in distance learning through the end of the 2020-21 school year with accommodation for students with extreme needs to have small in-person student groups when not in the purple tier. Does that make sense?
It does.
I can put in when deemed not safe, but you guys.
I'd rather see the words when deemed safe to do so rather than a purple tier.
I agree.
I agree. I also agree. I accept the amendment. Yeah.
Okay. So you're striking that. You got it, Karen?
Okay. So
you want to
read it one more time?
Let me read it again. Remain in distance learning through the end of the 2020-21 school year with accommodation for students with extreme needs to have small in-person student groups when deemed safe to do so.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm going to go ahead and take the vote if there's no other discussions. All right, Mr. Salas Medina.
No.
Mr. Tillman.
Aye.
Dr. Flores.
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt.
No.
Mr. Gallo.
Aye.
Dr. Hill.
No.
And Gwen Rogers, aye. I'm not sure what the count was.
That was 4-3.
4-3.
4-3 and what? Because I wasn't really looking.
Well, yes.
Yes.
Okay,
4-3, yes.
All right. Motion carried. All right. Thank you, board members. Thank you. We are now going to move to Oh, okay, where are we? Okay, I'm at 11.4, acceptance of new board policy, ethnic studies, first reading.
So moved.
Second.
All right, it's been moved in second. If there's no discussion, we will take the vote. Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
Mr. Tillman?
Aye.
Dr. Flores?
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Mr. Gallo?
Aye.
Dr. Hill?
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. 11.5, acceptance of the amendments to Board Policy 0430, Comprehensive Local Plan for Special Education, first reading.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second. Is there any discussion? If not, Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
Mr. Tillman?
Aye.
Dr. Flores?
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Mr. Gallo?
Aye.
Dr. Hill?
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. 11.7, acceptance of the amendments to Board Policy, is that 6-1? Am I looking 6139.1, procedural safeguards for special education, first reading.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
It's been moved and second. If there's no discussion, let's vote. Dr. Hill?
Aye.
Mr. Gallo?
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Dr. Flores?
Aye.
Mr. Tillman?
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. 11.8, acceptance of the amendments to Board Policy 6159.2, non-public, non-sectarian school of agency, NPSA, services for special education.
Excuse me, President Rogers, you skipped 11.7.
7, oh, I thought that's what,
11.7.
you're right. I had the other one highlighted. Acceptance of the amendments to Board Policy 6159.1. Didn't I read that? Procedural safeguards for special education, first reading.
So move.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved in second. Is there any discussion? If not, Dr. Hill,
Aye.
Mr. Gallo,
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt,
Aye.
Dr. Flores,
Aye.
Mr. Tillman,
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina,
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. All right, 11.8, acceptance of the amendments to, did I do that? That's the one that I did in the place, Karen? I highlighted it again.
You haven't voted for it yet, so this
Okay.
is the next one.
Okay, let me go ahead and highlight the right one. Acceptance of the amendments to Board Policy 6159.2, non-public, non-secretarian school of agency, NPSA, services for special education, first reading.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved in second. If there's no discussion, let's vote. Dr. Hill,
Aye.
Mr. Gallo,
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt,
Aye.
Dr. Flores,
Aye.
Mr. Tillman,
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina,
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. 11.9, adoption of the new board policy, telework, second reading.
So moved.
Okay, it's been moved and second. If there's no discussion, I will take the vote. Ms. Rosales Medina,
Aye.
Mr. Tillman,
Aye.
Dr. Flores,
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt,
Aye.
Mr. Gallo,
Aye.
Dr. Hill,
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. 11.10, consideration and approval of the amendment to employment contract assistant superintendent, continuous improvement, human resources.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved in second. If there's no discussion, we'll take the vote. Ms. Rosales Medina,
Aye.
Mr. Tillman,
Aye.
Dr. Flores,
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt,
Aye.
Mr. Gallo,
Aye.
Dr. Hill,
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. 11.11, consideration and approval of the amendment to employment contract associate superintendent, business facilities and operation, human resources.
So moved.
Oops.
Moved and second. I believe I heard a second.
Second.
All right. And if there's no discussion, we'll take the vote. Mr. Salas Medina,
Aye.
Mr. Tillman,
Aye.
Dr. Flores,
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt,
Aye.
Mr. Gallo,
Aye.
Dr. Hill,
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. And 11.12, consideration and approval of the amendment to employment contract executive director, community engagement, human resources.
So moved.
Second.
Then moved in second. If there's no discussion, we will take the vote. Dr. Hill,
Aye.
Mr. Gallo,
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt,
Aye.
Dr. Flores,
Aye.
Mr. Tillman,
Aye.
Mr. Salas Medina,
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. We are at 12.0, adjournment, 12.1, adjournment of board meeting.
President Rogers, I just realized I switched
Yeah, she messed
the
up.
two items. It should have been the summary next. My
Review
bad.
board requests.
Sorry about that. My mistake.
You're right. You're right. So we will go to our summary from Ginger, right?
Review
Yes.
of board requests.
Yes.
Okay, we're ready.
Okay, thank you, President Rogers. Board, I captured about 5 requests from you, most of which came from Dr. Wyatt. So first, you had requested data about the DNFs. You then also requested data about chronic absenteeism and about overdue IEPs. Then you also requested information about updates on the status of and wellness check system for our homeless McKinney-Vento students. Then Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina asked that we consider planning virtual experiences for our 2021 seniors while we remain in distance learning. And those were the 5 that I captured this evening.
Okay. Did you
Madam
get?
President, are we allowed to add one at this point?
Yeah, I was going to ask if there was anything else or did you miss any? Go right ahead.
That's why I put comment in the section just to
I
make sure,
see it.
follow
I see
protocol.
it. I see it.
Given with our decision as a board, we did discuss students that are high need, high risk. I believe we need to develop some sort of rubric or criteria to identify who those students will be. Because if we do not, we are going to have a lot of concerns and complaints on our hands. So
I agree with you, Dr. Wyatt. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. I mean, I want us to have a fair process for all kids because, what one parent might think, another parent might disagree with in regards to who is a high risk or high need student. So I think it's really important that we clarify that so our parents out there in our community understand. So thank you.
Thank you. And you have that, Ms. Ontiveros, you good?
Yes, I have captured that.
Okay. So I'll go to that one that was before that, adjournment of the board meeting.
Some have already left the meeting. Sorry. I had to say that.
Adjourn, yes. Well, thank you again, everyone. Thank you for bearing with us tonight, making the hard decisions as always, but
thank you,
in
everyone.
the interest of everyone's safety. So we appreciate you and we will
Happy
see.
Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving, everyone.
Enjoy your Thanksgiving on me because it's my birthday. So you'll all be eating.
Oh, happy birthday.
Remember to
Happy
social
birthday.
distance and wear your
We're all
face
coming.
shield.
We're all coming to Gwen's house. Because
I heard there will be
violate the state regs.
Madam President.
Thank
Cooking
you all
10
so
turkeys,
much.
aren't
Bye, everybody.
All right. Good night and God bless.
Bye-bye, everybody. Thank you. Be safe.